Well, a very warm welcome to you all. I hope you can hear me okay. Can you hear me at the back? Lovely, that's great. A warm welcome. Just first of all, just to say that we've decided to keep the lights off today. That's not actually as an eco measure, but because we've been having problems with the electrics this morning, and we don't want anything else to trip. So I hope you can see enough. But just for those of you who don't know me, I'm Richard Laurie, the rector of this benefice. And so it's lovely to welcome all of you on behalf of everybody here at Wiveton Church, at St Mary's, and in the benefice as well. A few little things just to explain before we go. First of all, welcome not just to you, but to those of us who are watching online, because this is being streamed, so it's lovely to have you with us if you're watching live or later. If anybody is a bit uncomfortable with being on camera, as it were, if you sit on the back few pews, you will be out of shot. So if you'd rather not be filmed, please make your way to there. But welcome to all of you, all of our delegates and all of our speakers, of which there are a good number. So it's Bishop Graham, welcome, and many more. Lovely to have you all here. Do visit the stalls around the church during the day, which our speakers and organizations that are here to contribute to today have put up, inside and outside. Do have a look at those. The other thing I just wanted to say was nothing, actually. What I was going to say, Saul is going to say in a minute, I think, so that's fine. Before I hand over to Saul, who is the organizer of this concert, and the wonderful organizer at that, I may say, before I do that, I'm going to hand over to David, who is our Rural Dean and Chair of the Diocesan Environmental Working Group, who's going to open us in prayer. Thanks.
Let us pray. God of all creation, in your generosity you created us, allowing us to be your custodians. You placed us in this world in love. As this world cries out in pain through a changing climate, hurting us and our neighbors near and far, here we beseech you the cries of the poorest people and equip us to respond to the changes we are experiencing. So we pray for your blessing on the discussion before us. Inspire us to hear you in each other, open our hearts to know you yet better in the beauty of this changing world, and enable us to have the wisdom, the strength, and the courage to make the changes in our lives and the life of your church to create a world that reflects the beauty of your love for us. We ask this through your Son, whose way is perfect peace and love, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, David, and thank you very much, Richard. Welcome, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm Saul Penfold, and with a fantastic team here at Wiveton and throughout the diocese and beyond have organised this conference. It's really lovely to see you all here today, and hope the weather stays good, and I'm sure we'll have an excellent day here. Before I sort of introduce the conference itself, just a couple of housekeeping items, if I may. Two important things: loos and lunch, without which conference wouldn't function really. The loos, there is just one toilet here at the church, but the Wiveton Bell have very kindly said that all delegates can use the toilets over there at any point during the day. So now over there are 3 toilets for gentlemen and only 1 for ladies. So if possible, we'd like this toilet here to be for ladies, and the gents, you'll have to wander over to the Wiveton Bell. If you do that, please don't get stuck at the bar on your way back. You can do that after the conference. Could I also ask that lunch as well. I'll explain that just before lunch, but you should have been given a ticket when you came in, and that relates to the order in which you'll go to lunch. But that is, again, over at the Wiveton Bell, beginning at 10 to 1. But I'll say a bit more about that just before lunch, I think. Could I also ask that you do turn your mobile phones down or off, so we don't have any interruptions from them? That would be wonderful. Thank you. So I'm Saul, and I've been working here with Richard and the team for the last 2 or 3 years on a broader project entitled A Church for the Future. And this project has been primarily funded by the National Lottery Heritage Fund, to whom we're very grateful. And it has involved a range of different activities, as well as repairs to the church. So in front of you, you'll see the chancel, of course, at the east end. And some time ago, one of the central ridge beams on the chancel roof collapsed. Was it Death Watch beetle, Richard, or something? Among other things, fell down, smashed into the chancel and the altar, and obviously destabilised the roof. So that was one key project element in A Church for the Future, to repair that. But we took the opportunity, while we were doing that, to put together a programme of activities for the community, for all ages in Wiveton and beyond, and which has been really successful. So this conference is really the centrepiece, I suppose, for those activities. For example, we had a very well-attended STEM day. That's science, technology, engineering and maths for 4 of our local primary schools last summer. Brilliant, where the contractors who were actually working on the roof took a day to work with the children to teach them skills, flint wall building, carpentry. The ecologist was here, the architect was here, talking to the children, and the Norfolk Wildlife Trust as well. Fabulous day. We're producing a new heritage and nature trail as part of the project, which will be available soon, so you'll have to come back, and some new interpretive boards in the churchyard to explain and help you explore the biodiversity of the churchyard. So lots of things happening, as well as the repairs, a really well supported and I think successful activity programme. So this conference this morning is, as I say, the centrepiece to that activity programme, because we've wanted to focus around the climate challenge, the climate emergency, biodiversity, and how churches might respond to that through this project, and then to discuss that more widely across the diocese and indeed other dioceses as well. So this conference today is, as Richard said, being live streamed as well, and welcome to everyone who's watching it. It will also be available afterwards on the Diocesan YouTube channel, where you'll be able to access each of the presentations separately, so you won't have to sit through this introduction again, should you not want to. So we're looking today then at how we can respond to the climate emergency as churches, and how we can support that through partnership working with others, and how we might decline the great loss, we might arrest the great loss in our biodiversity as well. And churchyards are very well placed to do that. I'm delighted that our keynote speaker today is Bishop Graham, the Right Reverend Graham Usher, Bishop of Norwich. I'm sure you all know Graham. Bishop Graham is an ecologist, as well as being Bishop of Norwich. And you may know, he is the Church of England's lead bishop for the environment. He chairs the Worldwide Communion Forest, a legacy of the Lambeth Conference, which aims to restore, protect and conserve habitats around the Anglican Communion, and is leading the Anglican delegation to COP16 on biodiversity in the autumn. Bishop Graham is also a member of the House of Lords, and he speaks regularly about environmental matters. His maiden speech focused on Norfolk's biodiversity. He's also a keen beekeeper. Am I right in saying the honey sold out very quickly this year? Fantastic. So Bishop Graham, delighted that he's here. I personally couldn't think of anyone better to be our keynote speaker, to lead us in setting a vision for achieving net zero by 2030 in our churches, and for nature recovery in our churchyards as well. So Bishop Graham will be speaking about his vision for net zero by 2030. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the Right Reverend Graham Usher, Bishop of Norwich. Thank you.
Saul, thank you for that generous welcome, and it's very good to be with you all. And first of all, huge congratulations to the community here for all that they have done alongside Saul and Richard in not only repairing this church, but also setting it in store for the future, and meanwhile doing all sorts of other things as well. So a very creative funding application you put in, which is really good to see come to fruition. And I think this date has been in my diary for about 2 years, so it's lovely to have got here, not least because the Woodhouses who live here and were very involved in the life of this church often spoke to me about it when I visited them, and how much they appreciate and love and devoted to this place. It's good to also welcome some visitors from Koblenz. I think we've got 7 visitors from Koblenz with us. Koblenz is linked with Norwich, and there's been a long historic partnership between churches in Norwich and Koblenz. They came for supper last night at Bishop's house, and they forced me to get the malt whiskey out at the end of dinner. I think we had quite a good evening. But it's very good to be with you. When I was appointed as lead bishop for the environment by the Archbishops of Canterbury and York in 2021, I expressed that I would have 3 priorities. They were to reach net zero by 2030, which was the very ambitious goal of General Synod, to enhance biodiversity on church land, which had really become a second priority, the rather neglected cousin of the first. And the third was to look at how evangelism could come from our work with the Church of England's environment programme, how what we were doing could encourage more people to a life of faith in Jesus Christ, to be linked more closely with the life of their parish churches, and to create the sense of community that will enable these beloved churches of ours in Norfolk and around the country to not only survive, but to thrive into the future. So the original motion that came before General Synod spoke about a number of different things, but originally, the original motion that was brought was for the net zero goal by 2045. And that was amended on the floor of Synod in a quite passionate heart rather than head debate by Martin Gainsborough, who was then the Bishop of Bristol's chaplain. And Synod voted in favour of it. I voted against that amendment because I thought that 2030 was impossible and it was not a costed option. I don't like voting for something that's not costed. But I then voted in favour of the amended motion. Martin Gainsborough is now a bishop in the Diocese of Southwark, so I've recruited him to the National Environment Working Group because I say, you landed us in this problem, you can help to solve it. But I am actually grateful now on reflection for this amendment, because I think if it had remained as 2045, we wouldn't be having this conference. Or many other bits of work across the Church of England, because we would just see this as a problem to solve at some point in the future. What the 2030 target has done is really enhance not only the finance that's available for this work, but also build momentum. And there's this conference here today. On Thursday, I was in Birmingham speaking at a Church Commissioners Conference on their work around net zero. And there are hundreds of other such things as this going on around the country because there is great momentum behind it. So why are we interested in this whole area as Christians? It is the fifth mark of mission within the Anglican Communion to strive to safeguard the integrity of creation and sustain the life of the earth. We're interested in it because it's about God's world. It's about the creation that God has created and entrusted to us as stewards of creation. It's also a global emergency. It's a threefold crisis we're facing in terms of the environment. There's the crisis of climate change, the crisis of biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution. And all of these three environmental crises are intricately interlinked. But they also impact, most of all, on the poorest people around the world. So this is a matter for Christians of justice. The average Anglican around the world does not look like many of you. She is a black young woman under the age of 30. She is living on around about $1 a day in a country that is in conflict or has recently emerged from conflict and is daily impacted by the adverse impact of climate change. This is the context in which we are living and preaching the gospel. And the net zero agenda, I believe, is an evangelistic opportunity. Because when you do surveys, and there's been repeated surveys, the Tear Fund one was probably the most recent one called Burning Down the House, it found that 9 out of 10 young people were concerned about the climate crisis. But only 1 out of 10 think that their local church is doing enough about it. I think this whole area is an area where we can engage with the 98% of people in this diocese who don't go to church and encourage them into a journey of discipleship. It is the context in which we are living and preaching the gospel of Jesus. So I think we can grow the church whilst also reducing the environmental footprint of the church. And certainly young adults want to join organizations that take environmental issues seriously. In I think about 4 weeks' time, I'm leading a group of young adults from the diocese to Thésée in France. Thésée is a religious community of about 100 monks, which gathers around it around 5,000 to 6,000 young people from across Europe every week, all through the summer. It's an extraordinary place for Bible study, for seminars, for going to church 3 times a day, and sitting for quite a chunk of that time in utter silence. And in the evenings, after evening prayer, there's an opportunity for young people to come and chat to some of the brothers and others who are invited to listen. And last year, I spent 3 or 4 evenings listening to young adults, and I was struck by the number who spoke to me about the environmental crisis we face. They didn't know my role. They just knew I was a bishop. And a number asking me for advice as to whether they should have children. The eco-anxiety is a huge thing amongst young adults and children as well. And part of our Christian discipleship is to see the interconnection of God's good creation. That the whole of creation is interconnected, and we are a part of creation, though often we think of ourselves as apart from creation. All things are created through him. And there is a sense that we need to rediscover the reverence for the earth, to seeing again that this is a limited, finite resource, that we live on this single island planet home, and there is no planet B for us to move to. We need to be able to leave it in a better condition than we inherited it. And I'm continually struck because many of the studies now are sort of saying 50 years ago there was this and now there is that. That is just a bit short of my own lifespan that we've seen such a decline and such concerning change. Ultimately, of course, the land is the Lord's and it needs Sabbath rest. And the gospel should be good news, not just for us, but for all of creation. And that's why this advocacy voice, this voice of protest at what we're seeing, is something that Christians can be and should be involved with. For we have sinned both individually, corporately, governmentally, through our greed and our exploitation and our ever want for more. Daily we pray, don't we? Give us today our daily bread. We're praying in the Lord's Prayer in that line for just what is sufficient, what is enough, rather than saying we want a massive shed load of bread to store up for our own use. And of course, Jesus reminds us that it'll just go moldy. So how do we, all that we have, how do we share that so that we have sufficient, enough, rather than wanting more and more? We're called to be stewards of creation and to take this whole area very importantly. Now, this quote that I'm going to read to you from the environmentalist and lawyer Gus Speth, I am a little bit concerned that it wasn't actually said by him. We're just trying to find out a little bit more about that, because I have read in a couple of places that he didn't actually say this, but probably he should have said it, because it's a very good quote. I used to think that top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that 30 years of good science could address these problems. I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with these, we need a cultural and spiritual transformation. And we scientists don't know how to do that. The role of the church, and indeed all faith communities, around conveying how we might live well so that others might live too, is of vital importance. How we tread more gently on this earth is of vital importance for us all. For the church is the living body of Christ, and it's how Christ touches the earth now. So the church should be concerned with the things that Jesus is concerned about. And when you turn the pages of the Gospels, we keep encountering Jesus, who counts the birds of the air, sees the lilies of the field, notices the trees that are fruitful and those that are not. How do we almost have a spiritual revolution as well as a net carbon revolution, so that the two go very closely together? I'm trying to connect with the computer. There we go. And one of the things that I'm repeatedly saying is that I believe that seeking to heal our broken planet and tread more gently on it goes to the very heart of Christian discipleship. The debate is not a luxury for the ministry of the church. It's an imperative for the mission of God's church. So let's look at where we're at the moment. When you look at biodiversity loss, all of the statistics are incredibly concerning as to what we're losing around the world and in this country. Since 1970, the year I was born, global wildlife populations have declined by 69% on average. 69% in my lifetime. Worldwide, 1 million plants and animals are threatened with extinction. 1 to 2.5% of birds, mammals, amphibians, reptiles, and fish have already gone extinct. And extinctions are happening faster now than at any other period. So we can see here in this graph the deep red are the extinct, and then critically endangered and vulnerable in those colors of sort of red through to orange. And, you know, when you look at the percentage of the threatened of different types of our biodiversity, it is deeply concerning what we are on the brink of losing in terms of biodiversity loss or have already lost. And back in February, the Church of England passed a motion looking at the land that we own and biodiversity loss, a land and nature motion. And we recognized in that you know, we've lost, for example, 97% of all wildflower meadows in this country since the interwar years. We're losing huge numbers of species that are, the population sizes are reducing. I stopped to make a phone call on the way here, and there was a skylark overhead, which was such a joy to watch it. But 18% of our children are living in the most deprived areas where they never visit the natural world at all, see the natural environment around them. And the Land and Nature motion that I brought to Synod in February is an attempt to try to see the importance of biodiversity in churchyards. And what a joy it was to come into this churchyard today, in Glebe-land, which is held by diocese, and then the national holdings of land, which is mostly in high-quality agricultural land being prepared potentially for development, and forestry, which is held by the church commissioners. So let's do climate science in 5 minutes. Are you up for that? So climate science, if I try just to explain in 5 minutes climate change to you, I hope this will be of help for the context of your day. So deep underground in the ice of Antarctica and Greenland, you can drill deep down into the ice there and pull out cores of ice. And depending on the depth you're going down to, you can go deep back into history. And trapped in that ice are the tiniest bubbles of the air from that period, going back through, you know, huge periods of time, sometimes as far as 750,000 years ago, to be able to tell through the analysis what the atmosphere was at that point. And the data that is developed from all of these ice cores and the analysis of them shows us an incredibly interesting pattern. Now, what do you see in this graph? Well, what we see is the carbon dioxide level in parts per million up the left-hand side. And across the bottom, we see from 400,000 years ago right up to the current period. And what the wobbly line is showing us is the concentration of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere analyzed from these ice cores back through time. And what we see there is a graph that starts high and goes low, goes up again, goes down again, goes up again, goes down again, goes up again, goes down, and then whoosh, goes up. What's happening there? Well, what's happening is that during periods of glaciation, such as the last ice age 220,000 years ago, the concentration of CO2 in the Earth's atmosphere is around about 180 parts per million. So you can see, just before it goes really high, that was the last ice age. So the concentration in the Earth's atmosphere of CO2 is at around 180 parts per million. And in the interglacial periods, as the continents warm up, the concentration of the Earth's atmosphere goes up to about 280 parts per million. Can you see that in terms of how that graph has, through time, gone up, then down, between glacial periods? But what has then happened? As we came out of the last ice age, then from around about 1850, the level of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere just kept going up beyond 280 parts per million. And from what had been a fairly stable climate, suddenly we find, through the burning of fossil fuels, coal and oil and gas, prompted by the Industrial Revolution, that the levels of CO2 just kept soaring in the Earth's atmosphere. And now they've gone beyond 400 parts per million. The world has warmed by 1 degree centigrade on average since 1850. And never ever before in the record have we seen this change, both in the parts per million or the fastness of the speed of this change. And what, in a sense, is happening is that we're unwittingly performing a dangerous experiment, an experiment that we shouldn't be undertaking. We don't know what will happen here, but all of the predictions of climate scientists and the International Panel on Climate Change is that we're reaching a potential tipping point. We know that there are more extreme weather events going on. Indeed, 2 years ago in Ash Hill, in this county, a fire began burning down 12 houses. I went the following Sunday to lead worship in the parish church. And a couple of weeks ago, I went back to see the restoration of these homes. That probably just started, that fire. It's inconclusive, fire brigade's report, but they think it probably started by a piece of glass, bit of litter in a field that, the very hottest day of the year, and it started a fire, just as I remember as an 8-year-old Cub Scout having a magnifying glass trying to start fires. Well, this was probably just a piece of glass in the field, and from that huge destruction of that village of Ash Hill that happened. And according to the IPCC, this is the classic sort of visual of what is going on in terms of the average temperature and the warming that we're seeing. The IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change, is saying that our role in climate change is unequivocal, that every region on Earth is already affected, that our goal of limiting to 1.5 degrees increase is slipping away from us because we're not doing enough, that these changes are irreversible for centuries, that every region on Earth will be impacted. But every little bit of action matters. And I think there's a great sort of sense of moral and thought leadership. The church has a very important part to play. So our net zero carbon program was introduced within the Church of England, agreed by General Synod in July 2022, and I worked with a fantastic group of people on preparing this plan. But it sets out a clear plan for how we can get to net zero within the Church of England. But it's also realistic. And it's saying, look, we need to be looking at where are our buildings that are the greatest emitters. Many of our small rural churches not only lock up huge amounts of carbon within them, but they're not great users and emitters of carbon either, because they might only be meeting once a month or so for worship, that we need to be prioritizing and being really careful about our resources as we move forward. So within our churches, within the Church of England, we estimate that across our churches, across our schools, across our church halls, our parsonages, our diocesan offices, and our cathedrals, that we're probably emitting between 411 and 415,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent, and that's across 32 different buildings, half of which are church buildings. And then that's broken down through all the different sorts. That's the sort of baseline that we're working from. So where are our emissions coming from? About half of our emissions come from our schools, about a quarter from our churches, 18% or so from our clergy housing. So this is the challenge that is before us as to how we respond and where we particularly target investment to reduce our carbon footprint. Work has already begun. This is Gloucester Cathedral, which for some years now has had solar panels on its roof. And we have been immensely grateful to the church commissioners who have identified 190 million between 2023 and 2031, so over that period, to invest in the Church of England's net zero programme. This is from historic endowments of the Church of England, which is held in equities in land and forestry, and has been producing a very strong return. What we want to see is one-off investment in this transition, to demonstrate leadership, to learn from each other of what has been happening, to work in partnerships with a whole range of other organisations, and I'm particularly pleased to see various organisations represented here today. To integrate net zero, as I've already been speaking about, within the wider mission of God's church. And crucially, because 190 million only scratches the surface of the cost of this work, to be able to raise additional funding so that we can move forward. That's probably a too detailed slide for you to read from where you're sitting, but it explains the three phases of this work, which we will evaluate at each phase. First of all, in this early first 3 years into next year, we've been using £30 million to build capacity, staff in diocese. And it's great Ed Cottrell is here, who is our new Net Zero Programme Manager, funded by the Church Commissioners in this diocese. However, we're doing some quick wins that we can do around this area and create some demonstrator projects, and I'll speak about one in a little while. So, in terms of our churches, what does a church that is trying to reach net zero, in a sense, look like? What are the key things? Well, there are 6 key principles towards a net zero church, and in a sense, this church is beginning to demonstrate all of them, which is fantastic. First of all, that they're well maintained. It's amazing how a broken glass panel or drafty door can create so much more use of carbon in terms of heating. So when we've well maintained our church buildings, that's part of the way there. buying renewable energy where we can, changing to LED lighting, and goodness, we're starting to generate quite a lot of energy off the coast of Norfolk. Waste less. Generate more on site where we can. And then the final choice, which I have some concerns around, offsetting the rest. But I see that offsetting as the last resort. Here are some examples of local churches working towards net zero. So on the left is Hethel, where they've installed air source heat pumps, 4 of them, and finding a great saving on their heating bills and using renewable electricity to operate them. St Andrew's Congham has installed new heaters and LED lights, again reducing the cost of their energy and reducing their use of carbon. Fantastic.
What we've got is far-infrared heating, which is 97.5% efficient at saving electricity into heat. And it heats the fabric of the building rather than the air. And the people, just like sunlight does. So we found it to be very efficient. And the church is much warmer. Unlike the old traditional infrared heating, where it just heats your head because it heats the air. This heats the whole fabric. So the pews can sit in a warm, the floor, you put your feet on a wall, and you will be warm inside.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. Brilliant. Well, that's an even better way to advocate it than me. And I know those infrared sort of heaters. You feel as if you've been slightly toasted for the Sunday lunch afterwards. Then we've doing quite a lot of work around our match funding, looking at grant streams to support parishes and working with dioceses so that they can begin to afford some of this work. And the match funding from the church commissioners is often crucial for attracting in other funders. Every diocese in the Church of England is now benefiting from net zero funding from the church commissioners. Now, demonstrator projects is also crucial. A range of different demonstrator projects, from rural to urban to large civic churches, to churches on housing estates, to get a whole variety of different churches that can then be used to explain what they've been doing, share good practice, but above all, to encourage. And we're very lucky in this diocese that we have been one of the dioceses that has 2 demonstrator churches, and the work that's been going on there is now being shared, and others are going to learn, often on a smaller scale, what they too can do. And the Benefact Trust, which is connected with ecclesiastical insurance, which insures many of our buildings, has given 1.5 million of match funding into this project. So the one we have, particularly that's been showcased recently, is St Peter Mancroft in Norwich, big civic church, and it's undergoing an incredible environmental transformation, replacing the entirety of their interior lighting system, installing heat pumps, batteries and solar panels. Because of course, where this technology is particularly important is where a church is used all through the week, particularly if you've got solar panels, so that the energy that's being generated is being used in a cafe or in other ways in that church during the week. And this is Ed Carter, the vicar, very proud of his solar panels being installed. And they are very up to, as part of their demonstrator status, they're very keen to have people go and have a look. Now, many of our rural churches will not be on this scale at all, but it gives you the art of the possible. The other really important thing, and our wonderful DAC, the Diocesan Advisory Committee, and Nick Cannon, who looks after that work, are really behind this whole area, as has been the Chancellor of the diocese, which has really helped around some of the planning and consent and faculty issues that we face, particularly with our medieval buildings. And I was really intrigued by what David Etherington, the Chancellor, said about the Peter Mancroft project. Let me read it to you. In reaching my decision, I recognize that the target of reaching net zero by 2030 will cause painful decisions to have to be made. In the short term and in the context of modifications to listed buildings, this may look like a battle between attempts to lessen, halt or reverse climate change on the one hand and the proper conserving of listed buildings on the other. A little thought shows that this is a fallacy. The effects of global warming are likely, unchecked, to lead to catastrophic climate change within perhaps a shorter time frame than we realize. Severe climate change has the potential to cause untold damage to listed buildings, amongst other adverse effects, and should it lead to economic collapse as well, then the money will not be there to protect and maintain them in any reasonable condition. I've seen the beginning of a sea change around faculty applications, listed building consent, engagement with local authority planners, that if we want our wonderful medieval buildings to function and to operate for lively, active Christian communities into the future, then these are some of the things that we're going to need to do, and to look at how this can be done sensitively. Now, if King's College Chapel in Cambridge can get solar panels through on its roof, then there is so much opportunity for others. We can be leading the way in this around heritage assets, other heritage assets beyond churches in our communities. So the match funding campaign that we've launched in 8 dioceses, Norwich isn't one of those at the moment, I hope it will be soon, where we're giving pound for pound from Church Commissioners funding towards local fundraising, has really been an incredible boost. And most of the churches that have been involved in this match funding program have raised more money than they need and their ask. And it's really galvanized local communities. So that we're experimenting with a number of different things at the moment to see what will work well. We're also offering parish energy audits to our highest emitting churches, a fully funded energy audit, and then for other churches, a partially funded audit, and with some match funding again to help with small-scale implementation, all part of this sense of building momentum around our net zero journey. There's also a quick wins fund where the Church Commissioners have given grants to dioceses to help with some of the different ways in which we can continue on this journey. Often in some of our churches, the best solution is to heat the person rather than to heat the building. And some are experimenting with heated seat pads, so you can feel nice and toasty. You pick up a heated seat pad and you can sit there, or you can hug it and feel really nice and warm and toasty because you're being heated rather than, often the case, the angels up in the ceiling being heated. So there are these heated seat pads or the under-pew heating rails that some churches are also using. There's all sorts of new things that are coming onto the market and that you can get advice from the parish support team about. Now, finally, I just want to mention EcoChurch, because our partners at Rocha UK are just superb in what they provide in terms of some of the resources for us on this environmental journey. And EcoChurch is a fantastic way in which your church congregation can assess how well it is being done, is working along this journey. Who's already registered for EcoChurch? Fantastic. Now look around you. Keep your hands up, please. Look around you, those who aren't registered for Eco Church, and spot somebody that you might go and have a chat to later today. And simply ask them, what's been the benefit of Eco Church? So you, all of you with your hands in the air, please be ambassadors for Eco Church today, and then we can increase the number of churches in this diocese that are registered. I think 176 are registered at the moment. I'd love it if we could get near 100% of our churches registered. We've got a little way to go. And what it does, Eco Church, is to really help our congregations to think through how they can follow this, both net zero and biodiversity improvement through the life of our churches, and then through our individual Christian discipleship. So I don't know if there's somebody from St Andrew's in Holt here, but congratulations. I gather you've got your Silver Eco Church Award. Well done. So I think there's now 22 Silver Award holders in the diocese, 67 bronze holders. So Holt, now it's on to gold. Okay, you may be the first one to gold, which would be great. And this diocese has just got its bronze Eco Diocese Award, thanks to the good work of Barbara in cajoling us all into action for that, which is really good news. But I really commend Eco Church to you. So, to conclude, this is a really exciting opportunity, not just, as I said, for the mission of God's church, the ministry of God's church, but for the mission of God's church as well. I think it will engage more people in our communities, in the life of our churches, make them more sustainable for the future, and live out God's call to be wise stewards of his creation. There's all sorts of resources available to you if you look on the Diocesan website, or a Rocha UK, or Churches Count on Nature, which has been happening during this last week, or Preaching for God's World, to give preachers ideas for each Sunday of the year, how within our lectionary we can speak more about God's creation. All sorts of opportunities. I hope you will embrace them with all your heart and mind and soul and strength, so that this diocese and our beloved 658 churches can really be places where when people go by them, they think, they're at the forefront of combating climate change, of seeking justice for the world's poorest people, and to celebrate and protect the rich biodiversity, which it's such a joy to live amongst and be part of. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Bishop Graham, for that. Wonderful. One thing that struck me listening to you was the quote from the IPCC, every bit of action matters. It reminded me of a chap called Gerard Winstanley, 17th century digger in the English Civil War, who said, action is the lifeblood of all, and if thou dost not act, thou dost nothing. So I think you've given us some wonderful examples of churches taking positive action towards net zero. Fantastic to see the Vicar of St Peter Mancroft up on the roof there. And certainly you've given us a lot to think about, to digest, to debate at this conference and going forward, because our speakers from now on for the rest of the day will very much be thinking about practical action and steps that we can take following the vision that Bishop Graham has set for us. So thank you very much again, Graham, for that. It's a great privilege to have you here with us, and much appreciated. We are going to break for about 20 minutes for tea and coffee, and to be back by 11:20. If I could ask you to be back in your pews at least 30 seconds before 11:20, if that's okay, ready for our next speakers. So thank you very much, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
There we are. Okay, yeah.
I'll just explain that you're helping parishes and chaplaincies on their environmental journey.
Check, check, check. 1, 2.
I mean, do you want me to call it back to order? Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you kindly to take your pews, please? Take to your pews. You missed the 30-second deadline, or most of you did, including Norfolk District Council. So if I could politely ask you to get back into your pews with biscuits and coffee and tea, that's fine, I think. Are we ready to go, folks? Thank you. Thank you very much. And welcome back. Wonderful that the sun is shining. Do have a look around the churchyard where the Norfolk Wildlife Trust have some stalls and demonstrations and folks to chat to. And please do take the time to look around the other stalls and stands here and chat to the folks that are on those. Lovely to, great pleasure to introduce. Now, this is not the latest diocesan folk trio who are going to be singing Blowing in the Wind. You may have thought that it was, but it isn't. This is our Norwich Diocesan Environment team. Barbara Bryant in the middle, to her right, the Reverend Canon David Long, and to her left, Ed Cottrell. So Ed on your right, Barbara and David. And they will be talking to us about helping parishes and chaplaincies on their environmental journey, and particularly support and practical steps to net zero by 2030. And this session, there will be a Q&A, so if you do have any questions, then obviously put your hand up when that time comes, and I'll come along with the mic, and you can ask some questions of our Diocesan Environment team. So over to you, David. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saul. So the first thing to say is how difficult it is to sit here and speak after your bishop has spoken so eloquently. Bishop Graham, we're so grateful, and Saul was so grateful for you and the team putting this together. So we are going to continue speaking, as is throughout the theme, of caring for God's creation. As Saul has just said, this session is about practical steps towards net zero, that ambitious plan that the bishop very clearly set out for us. So just to reiterate who each person is. So I'm David Long. I am the chair of the Environmental Working Group in the diocese. And that group seeks to encourage and enthuse all the churches and chaplaincies, as Saul has said, on their eco-church journey, as well as to engage in biodiversity. We just had wonderful photographs outside in all the beautiful nature to put to one side around this church, and also to look to see how we can support churches when we realize the challenges of coastal erosion and also flooding. So to my left in the middle, the rose between two thorns, most definitely, is Barbara, who is the Diocesan Environmental Officer. So I have this big title. I can't do anything without Barbara. She is the key, the linchpin to all our work with the environment. And luckily, because we were struggling until you came along, Ed. So Ed Cottrell is the Net Zero Programs Manager, and we give thanks for your arrival, Ed. We really do. And Ed has just confessed that he hasn't sat and done one of these things for 15 years. And I just said, get used to it. So it's lovely to hear. So, this caring for God's creation is absolutely crucial. And I think we all know that, and we're all agreed, or else we wouldn't be in this church. If we are, as a church, to ensure we care for God's creation, we need to look at it missionally. We need to have it right in our outlook as a church. We need to dream a dream. We need to conjure a vision for our rural communities, for all our communities, as we seek to care for God's creation. We need to be a witness. As the bishop said, we need to be evangelistic about it. So apart from being chair for the Environmental Working Group, which I do on a very part-time basis, I'm a full-time priest serving a rural community not far from here of 7 churches. And I was asked just in this brief introduction to give you a snapshot of that. Our rural churches, and mine in particular, last Sunday, Bishop, close your ears, I only had 7 in church in the morning. So often we feel curtailed because we have a lack of numbers. I have a PCC with 3. We increased by 1. We were very excited. PCCs are completely overstretched in our rural communities. But as the bishop said, caring for God's creation is something all our communities are involved in. And while I have ensured that all our PCCs, to the best of my ability, they don't all agree with what I say, have caring for God's creation, the environment, as a standing agenda item on each PCC meeting, I know that those PCCs cannot all lead on that item. They've got so much also to care about. So we've looked out further into our community, and we have people who have a tangential relationship with church who are leading on this. So there are very different ways we can engage our community on this journey, and we should look to be creative in our missional outlook. Let me hand over now to Barbara, the DEO.
I've got my own microphone. Thank you, David. So I'm going to go on a slide, I hope. Yeah, okay. So I'm literally just going to whistle through, picking up on some of what Bishop Graham said and some of what David said, and then I'm handing it over to Ed, because we want this time to be mostly about you guys sharing where you're at with one another and then with us, so we can have a good chat. I just want to talk very briefly about how the bigger picture that Bishop Graham set, the global picture and the national picture, fits in with our diocesan context here. So transformed by Christ, prayerful, pastoral and prophetic. This is our vision, which I hope most of you will know, being part of the Diocese of Norwich. And the work of the Diocesan Net Zero Working Group and the Environment Working Group and the reach of eco-diocese and eco-church, which has already been mentioned, sits within this. Because to enable all life to live abundantly, creation care needs to be at the centre of our prayers and our intercession. It needs to be at the centre of pastorally caring for all life, including wildlife, plants, animals, as well as those humans affected globally by climate change and locally, putting into place practical measures to help reduce our own carbon emissions as part of that. And it needs to be at the centre of prophetically speaking out against the injustices caused by the mismanagement of our planet's resources. So that's the context in which the 2 working groups sit, and they give shape and strategic decision-making to ensure that we reach those targets that have already been mentioned. And the Environment Working Group, which we're all part of, and David very ably chairs, holds a responsibility to drive forward eco-diocese and eco-church across our area. And that fits both within and drives the route map to net zero. Bishop Graham talked about the nationwide route map. We have a diocesan route map as well, which you can see on the website. And that includes a mention of biodiversity, which also fits in with the land motion that was passed at Synod back in February. So as part of our commitment to working towards net zero, we registered as an eco-diocese within a Rocha's award scheme for churches in England and Wales who want to demonstrate that the gospel is good news for God's earth, which is, I love that strapline because to me that's what this is all about. Bishop Graham mentioned this earlier, and Polly Eaton is going to talk about it further this afternoon, so I'm not going to go on about that now. However, if you do want any help with that, come and see me. When we registered 3 years ago in this diocese, we had just 36 churches registered, and 6 bronze awards, and 2 got to silver. So Bishop Graham's shared our numbers since then, so you can see that we're growing. But to try and get to Eco-Diocese Silver, which is our next target, by the end of 2026, we need 260 registered, 195 awarded, and a third of these, so that's around 65, need to be at least silver or higher. So we're on a journey. It's a big target. But when I'm out and about, which I am since I've been taking on this role in the last 6 months, I'm getting out and about into parishes, and I am seeing churches engaging with eco-fairs from Alton Broad to Eaton, and wildlife audits from Harleston to Holt, and prayer and praise both inside and outside from Surlingham to Aylsham. We're working in partnership with others in their local communities and showing that this is mission in action. We're also looking to build a network of eco-chaplains who will enthuse and inspire neighbouring parishes and benefices on their eco-journey. So do let us know if that might be any of you, because I'm really hoping to recruit some today, so be aware. If I'm heading your way, don't duck. Or somebody that you might know back in your parish. And alongside churches getting involved, we'll continue to develop and keep account of ensuring that creation care values and practices are embedded in our diocesan finances, our ministry training, our schools, our land, our buildings, and our lifestyles, and in partnerships with other denominations and other faiths. But to help us all, both in parishes and across the diocese, plan better, we do need better data. And with more accurate baseline data, we can measure our progress. So you're going to hear this a few times today. The deadline for completing the energy footprint tool, which is available on the parish returns dashboard, is the 31st of July. If there's one thing you take away from today, it's to pass the message on in your parish and benefice about the importance of this, because it helps you plan as well. And our net zero action plan is already being outworked across the diocese, as Bishop Graham mentioned, in our churches, schools, offices, clergy homes, and in our land holdings. We're working with neighbouring dioceses. Ed is part of an Eastern region team, so that we're not reinventing the wheel. We're learning from each other, some of those demonstrator projects you heard about earlier. But we all need to work together in this room and outside of this place, and there is support available. There's going to be another slide that shows that support available, which is up there, I think. And Nick, David, and I are here all day today to chat, and I'll share our details again on those slides at the end of this presentation. But now I'm going to hand over to Ed.
Thank you very much. So yes, I'm Ed Cottrell. I'm the fairly newly appointed Net Zero Carbon Advisor Programme Officer. I've got so many titles, I've got confused myself. So yes, this conference has come a little bit early for me because I'm only 2 months in, so I'd rather it was a bit later, but here we are. So as Barbara suggested, what we want to do in this section is to explore in a little more detail how we might reduce our carbon emissions from our churches. And when I think about this, it seems to me that, as we've seen in Bishop Graham's speech, there's solutions out there already that we can apply that will help us achieve our aims. So then the question becomes, how do you choose the right one for you? How do you identify the correct solution or solutions that get you where you want to go, which best suit your church and the way you use it? So I'm going to put some discussion points up on the screen that we can have a look at. Oh, one at a time if you can. Was that you or me? Ben, can you go back one? Thanks. So yeah, these are just some ideas you might want to think about. I'd like you to talk amongst yourselves for 10 minutes after we've gone through these, and then we'll do a Q&A after that, and hopefully a whole bunch of learning will come out of that. I'm as interested in your questions, given that I'm so new, as you might be in my answers, or potential answers. So yeah, let's start. So how do you currently use your church is a pretty key question to ask. How often is it open? How much of it do you use? Where do people sit? All sorts of things like that. But then if we move on, it might be an idea to think of how you might like to use your church in the future, because that might have an impact on the decisions you make. And what impact on your thinking would having a warm church, a warm welcoming church make? It may be that whole opportunities open up that weren't there before by installing a certain system. So you might want to investigate that. Obviously, understanding the energy use in your church is pretty key if you're trying to make decisions. I don't know about you, but sometimes I get an energy bill, I'm like, I have no idea what happened there. So being on top of that is definitely an important part of the journey. This is a little bit, going a bit sideways. What degree of uplifted energy bills would be acceptable if it meant your church was being used more? That's something you may want to investigate. Is it something that would scare you? Always loads more money going out, but then if you've got a lot more people coming in, how does that affect your mission and your ministry? And finally, this is another thing to think about. What other carbon reduction potential does your church and its surroundings possess? So things like maybe electrical vehicle charging in your car park. Things a little bit outside the box. So another thing you could factor into your plan. So yeah, that's a few things for you to think about and talk about. Don't feel like you have to restrict yourself to those things. You can talk about anything you want and ask me questions about anything you want. So I'm going to stop now, let you talk amongst yourselves. I know it's a bit difficult in box pews, but do your best. And we'll come back in 10 minutes and accept some questions. Thanks.
And just to say that for those of you who are online at this point, please don't feel left out. Chat to yourself. But if you have got some questions you want to ask, do put them into the chat on the side of the live stream, and we'll do our very best to get to you as well. Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gents, I think we'll begin our question and answers. If I could call David back. He seems to have escaped. There he is. Oh, he escaped to get a coffee. Very good, very sensible. And Barbara when she's available. So because we have 15 minutes, we're not going to have a chance to ask all the questions, but I think Ed, David, they're available all day, and of course afterwards, and in the future. So do get their contact details, and any questions you can't ask today, you can ask later. So who would like to kick us off with a question to our panel? I'm going to go straight to the back first of all, to Andrew.
Thank you. We were talking about energy and the fact that in many of our small rural churches, the economics don't stack up to putting solar panels on the roof because the churches aren't in use day in, day out. And so obviously green energy is the next best thing than creating your own. But we started to talk a little bit about community energy cooperatives, which exist in different parts of the country, whereby energy which is produced locally in solar farms and on people's roofs is sold into, through feed-in tariffs, into a local cooperative, which then kicks out funds for the local community. I believe that the church has a role to play here, and I wonder if there's any appetite in taking that forwards to look at whether the church could help people to create community energy cooperatives, because I think that would be a great step for us.
I'll quickly answer that, if I may. So the Environmental Working Group are looking at this. So we have a subgroup looking at this to see if we can pilot it. Among that, Nick has been involved in it, Nick Cannon, DAC Secretary, who's going to speak a bit later. So we are looking at it, and I completely hear what you're saying. And I think there's some creative ways we can look at it, because there is absolutely no point putting solar panels on Matless Church, which is the church closest to my house. There's no point, I don't think, at the moment, putting solar panels on Baconsthorpe Church, but there's a lot of point in putting solar panels on Baconsthorpe Village Hall and being creative about how that might be able to fund some of the energy within Baconsthorpe Church. So we've got to look at it very creatively. I think cooperative is really, really interesting, and we have the little subgroup working on it, and we hope they're going to do a little bit more work later. The Bishop also mentioned the church commissioners and some of that money, but we are not St. Peter's Mancroft, and I suspect none of us here are St. Peter's Mancroft. We are small, and we have to be creative and think outside the box.
Thank you, David. I think Lucy has a question.
We were just wondering in our little group why you haven't mentioned wind power or water power. I'm from a Broadland church, and we're very close to the river indeed. And we're also next door to a youth centre. And we would like to show all sorts of environmental solutions to the power problem.
Yeah, I didn't go, well, I'm a bit loud, sorry. I didn't go into the details in the slides, but I think that fits into the last point, which is what have you got around you that you can use? And wind power, if you're in the right place and you could get it. Wind power is pretty specific in where you need to be, but if you're in a very flat, open area and you can get a tower high enough, then it's a perfectly reasonable thing to look into. Water, I'm not sure. Normally you need a bit of height for water to work, and Norfolk's probably not the best county in Britain to be going down that route, but you know.
Thank you, Ed. Are there any other questions from the floor? Yep.
Yes, what we were wondering, because we are a small rural parish, is what sort of considerations we should bring into the equation in thinking about putting solar panels on our roof. We already spend an absolute fortune maintaining the church, and I suppose the very kind people who back us up and give us the money may just question whether or not it's nice to have, but not essential. Oh, and we're a Grade 1 listed building.
Yeah, this one's a bit of a moving target. I think a bit like David has mentioned, the mechanics of what you can do with the energy you produce if you do go down the solar panel route is shifting. Co-ops is one thing. Octopus Energy will allow you, if you're a single entity, to sell electricity from one part of your entity to another part of your entity now. So that's quite good, but only works. It's only really set up for companies at the moment. They've got a big warehouse with loads of roof space, but doesn't take up a lot of energy, and then they've got an office building without the roof space that does soak up the energy, so you can transfer between. That's something I will be looking into, whether we can explore ways of doing that between various church buildings or village halls, all sorts of stuff. So it's a moving target. I think watch this space. I wouldn't be focusing on it at the moment. I think there's plenty to be getting on with before we go down that route.
So I think if I may just add on to the end of that, I think, which is what Barbara and I were just discussing, so the Bishop recommended the 6 principles that he said, which I thought were really important. And as I took them, and Rachel might be able to help here, so you've got to keep your church well maintained. Renewable energy was his second. So I'm trying to see whether or not, and getting off these tariffs is a nightmare, but getting onto a decent tariff, which is renewable energy, LED, waste less, self-resource, and at the very last, we then offset.
We've been talking about solar panels, and whilst they work very well, if you're going to use the energy, the actual payback, if you don't and you want to sell it back, is very small. And the other issue is the working life of a solar panel is about 25 to 30 years, and certainly by 50 years, they'll be generating very little. So you're storing up problems for future generations. I personally don't think that's where you should be focusing your energy. Reducing your energy consumption makes a lot more sense. The other thing is, if people want green tariffs, that's something that I can help with. That's what I do for a living. I'm a utility broker. So if anybody's wanting to move to green tariffs. And also, when you're talking about energy costs, the most important thing is what you're paying for it. The 2 issues, one is reducing your consumption, and the other thing is making sure you buy it at the right price. And a lot of that's about timing when you do the contracts, which you need professional advice for.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Thank you very much for that. Do you want to respond? No.
Would it not be an easy win to perhaps think about doing the housing that's, so it's normally not listed, it's normally quite modern. Would it not be an easy win perhaps putting solar panels there or air source heat pumps and things? Is that something that might be considered in the future?
Clergy housing.
Yes, clergy housing.
Yeah. So we have about 250 properties across the diocese, and there are a couple of demonstrator projects underway at the moment. And again, Ed is part of the team that's looking across other dioceses as well, so we're not all reinventing the wheel. The thing is that these things take time. So there's one house that's had everything thrown at it because it's so complicated. It's all about how much you pay to retrofit an existing building as opposed to actually sell off some of our properties and buy ready done ones, if you like, ready cooked ones. And also where we need our clergy. I mean, that in itself is complicated and changes all the time. So it's complex, but it is underway. There are already things being done, and part of that then is learning from those, and it will take time because then you need to watch them for a year or more to actually see what works well and then what can be replicated. And then also working across with other dioceses means that we might have better buying power when it comes to buying in some of these technologies. We've got a strong collective voice then. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. The place to put your solar panels is on the buildings that use the most energy, and I think Chris was making that point too. So that's another thing in your PCC that you can have a think about. It's like maybe, I still don't know how many church halls we've got. I don't quite know how many churches we've got, but around 650, but church halls is a bit of a mystery. And yeah, definitely if you have or know of a building that is using a lot of energy on a daily basis, those are the ones you really want to put your panels on at this point in time.
So we're just talking figures just then. So we think it's 26k plus to retrofit every single clergy house. So it must be a bit higher. Then you're talking about 15 million for the diocese. So it's enormous amount of money. Ed was very keen to get the sort of the base units out of parsonages, rectories. So he twisted my arm, so I embarrassingly am going to give him all my electrical figures. So we need to try and get that to get clergy to engage in this, which is, it's our private stuff, so it's quite complicated sometimes putting it into the church domain. So there's movement. It's just this is difficult.
Excuse me while I move round into the side aisles.
Do you have any advice or help that you can give to help us understand how to better understand our energy use in our churches and buildings?
Oh yeah, get a smart meter. Smart meters will tell you all sorts of stuff that you didn't already know, particularly if you can get a half-hourly one, you literally, it's every half hour what electricity you've been using. They also, we're still trying to work this through. Domestically, you can get an app so that it's all on your phone and you can just look at it anytime you want. Commercially, that seems to be a bit more of an issue. But that kind of stuff, it's amazing how much difference it can make just understanding kind of half hour, hour by hour, what's going on in your church building or any building. You can then really identify things that you could change that make quite a big difference.
And if I can just add to that, Andy Bryant isn't here from the cathedral, but one thing that they found fairly early on was it might seem obvious, but where you've got different people coming through the church over the years, it's understanding how your heating system works and how you control it and how long you have to switch it on for before people arrive, or et cetera, So it's really getting to know your own system. They found they made huge savings at the cathedral just by making sure that the people who had to control the heating, so all the verger staff at the cathedral, because obviously that's an enormous building, if they gave them more training on how to use the heating system properly and brought their bills down considerably as a result. So sometimes it's not actually changing the technology, it's looking at what you've already got and being smarter about using it, and that's where the smart meter comes in as well, to give you that information that then if you track it over time, you can see what the differences are. There's another question at the back there.
Reappear. I think one question here and then maybe one more.
What worries me is our experts have told us that we've got 5 years before we're in a real calamity. Now, looking at those questions on the board there, on the screen there, it seems to me that what we should be doing is not only just talking within our churches, raising those questions, but are we able, please, to take those questions out to Joe Bloggs out there as often and as regular as we possibly can, bearing in mind we've got 5 years, so we're told. You can use the news, you can use the television, you can use all sorts of ways of getting it across. So could I please ask that you carry on with this, but get those questions out to Joe Bloggs?
I'm glad you raised that, because that's exactly what a lot of our churches are doing in some of on their eco-fair days and things like that. I was over at Sheringham, Paul's grinning away at me over there, and it's not just about the churches doing, but it's churches working in partnership with others to put on days like that are not only educating the public about this, but also campaigning, working with others. We can't do it on our own, and this is the best bit, I think, about the whole eco-church, eco-diocese thing, is the campaigning and the working together, and the raising our voices and the writing to our MPs, and that's why we've got 5 key asks at the moment that we're encouraging people to use at hustings or directly with anybody that calls on their door, which has actually been put together by the Church of England, not this diocese, to actually ask candidates on the door, what are you doing about these 5 key things on environmental issues? It's got to be at every level. You're absolutely right. Thanks for raising that.
Thank you. I think just one more we have time for, if there was one. Thank you.
Hi, this isn't actually a question. This is a kind of a further point to the point about how you can understand your building use, carbon use better. I know there is an organisation, a tech company in Sheffield called Cherubim, which is doing a pilot which is collecting, sort of working with churches that have sensors in their church to understand sort of their heating use and their environmental use of their building, and they've got a program that monitors that, and sort of they're developing an app. So I just thought that might be useful for people here to know about if they want support.
Thank you, Lucy. Great. Thank you so much, David, Barbara, and Ed for that. And I think obviously you are available here all day and then in the office after that.
A couple more things that we wanted to say at the end.
Very quickly, if that's all right.
Very quickly, yes,
course.
okay. We're literally just going to show you this 1 minute, 90-second video to just get that message home about EFTs.
One of the great and most important challenges that we all face in the current world is how to steward God's earth properly, securely, and so that it has a future, not just for us, but for many generations to come. One of the easiest ways that you can support the entire Church of England in doing that is by completing the energy footprint tool. It only takes under half an hour at very most. It's easy, it's quick, and it will help everyone to baseline, to plan, and to work out how we can all work together to move towards net zero by the year 2030.
The survey, I have to say, was quite easy. There's a bit of information you need to gather, such as your energy bills. It was quite simple to fill in the form, and it was actually quite revealing when I saw the end result. We came out with 890 kilograms of CO2 being generated in a year, which is quite significant when you think that globally it estimates that one person generates 4 tons of carbon in a year. There are certain areas where we can improve on, and we shall be working on that.
We share weekly eco tips, and it's amazing to talk to members of the congregation and see how the changes that we're making as a church level influence the decisions that people make on a personal, domestic level. So one of the uses of doing the energy footprint tool is that it allows you to make better decisions about everything that you're doing in future. One of the ways we've done that is through realizing that we could switch from non-renewable to renewable electricity sources and save an incredible amount of our carbon footprint just by making that switch.
So if you're like me, you were hesitant about doing this, then don't be, because I can assure you it is pretty easy to do, and it's quite rewarding at the end of the day and quite informative.
Element full centre. At a recent Environmental Working Group meeting, I was said, oh, we keep nagging people about the energy footprint tool. And I was hauled up in that meeting and said, how dare you say that? It is so important. So if I can reiterate that, please, 31st of July, let's get that base data, and it will really, really help us. It is part of our prophetic duty, and we owe it to those 1 in 10 young people mentioned. We have to step out, and we have to speak, and we have to act about this. It's both our greatest challenge as a church and our greatest opportunity to show the love of Christ revealed to all. This journey is not easy. I have a tonsured monk behind me in that picture, because I thought St. Francis of Assisi, who loved nature as we do, said this: we start by doing what's necessary, then what's possible, and suddenly we're doing the impossible. The bishop said, every action matters. Let us put our actions in prayer and with supplication. Jesus said, looked at them and said, for mortals it is impossible, but not for God. For God, all things are possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David, Barbara, and Ed. Fantastic. And obviously you're here for questions and conversations during lunch and this afternoon. Now, Gemma has just appeared in the pulpit. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Gemma Walker from the Norfolk Wildlife Trust. Gemma is the Norfolk Wildlife Trust's Wilder Communities Manager, and her team support people taking action for nature, and this includes overseeing the Norfolk Churchyard Conservation Scheme, which has been running for over 30 years. I have to say, on a personal level, I do a lot of work with Gemma and her team at various churches across the diocese, and they are fantastic. Thank you, Gemma, because the support that they give to churches, to projects, in terms of biodiversity gain in churchyards, advice, guidance on managing churchyards, and delivering activities, actually, that help all ages explore and enjoy churchyards are fabulous. So I would highly recommend working with the Norfolk Wildlife Trust. Gemma is going to talk to us on how to manage churchyards for wildlife and how to encourage greater biodiversity.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me at the back? Brilliant. I'm, as introduced there, Gemma Walker, Wilder Communities Manager for Norfolk Wildlife Trust. I've been with the Trust for 20 years, and when I started working for the Trust, already with the Churchyard Conservation Scheme had been going for sort of 15 plus years then. So churchyards have been really an important part of Norfolk Wildlife Trust for a long, long time. So I'm really aware I'm in the situation of being the slot just before lunch. Okay, so I will hopefully make sure I don't overrun because I don't want to have any negative points against me as well. But that 2030 has been mentioned a few times, and for Norfolk Wildlife Trust and the Wildlife Trust as a whole, it's also a very important year for us. By 2030, we want 1 in 4 people taking action for wildlife, and that's across the whole movement. We've got 26 wildlife trusts across the UK, and we're all aiming that 1 in 4 people taking action. Now, why 1 in 4? 1 in 4 is seen as a tipping point. If you can get 25% of people doing something, it suddenly becomes visible. It suddenly becomes the norm. You can be proud that you like hedgehogs. You can be proud that you feed the birds. You can be proud that you're managing your churchyard with wildlife in mind. Don't hide away. We need people to be as visible as possible, showing people this is the right way forward. We all have to take action. So we've heard that word a lot today, action. We've heard 2030 as well. So we're going to all hopefully aim towards that. But I always find these sort of things really, really inspiring. So, these sort of gatherings usually make me quite emotional. I usually am a crying wreck at the back of the rooms, just seeing so many people coming together for a common cause. It's just so, so inspiring. Now, don't be dismayed by the amount of paperwork I've got on here. You're like, oh my goodness, she's never going to get through it. So, why are churchyards important? I mean, it's already been mentioned as by the bishop that, we've lost about 98% of our unimproved grassland since the Second World War. So for many churchyards, the churchyard itself is the last remnant piece of unimproved grassland for a parish. So that small piece of grass that might surround the church is vitally important, because as an unimproved grassland, it has a lot of other species associated with it. And in that parish, it might be, as we've already said, the last remnants. So for us, having those unimproved grasslands out there, remember 98% potentially lost since the Second World War, approximately 1,800 churchyards across the whole of Norfolk. And those churchyards form what's known as stepping stones within the county. So we've got a beautiful area that we're in here at the moment. Not far away we have Clyde Marshes, which is one of our 16 nature reserves that we manage across the county, and that's a core wildlife area. And what we'd like to see is that the whole of Norfolk becomes a fantastic environmental network where wildlife can move from place to place. So you've got your core areas for wildlife, those national nature reserves, the special sites of scientific interest. Then between those you have linkages through wildlife corridors, and those wildlife corridors might be hedgerows, they might be verges, they could be the river networks that go across, but those core wildlife areas are connected. And then within that we have the stepping stones, and just mentioned before, those 800 churchyards are really important stepping stones within our landscape. So they are the places which are important for wildlife in their own right. So while we were setting up this morning, fantastic meadows that are the wildflower areas that are managed in the churchyard by Robin and Rachel Hamilton and the other teams. And, so we've got all these beautiful flowers. But then we had red kite flying overhead, had a swift going into just above the doorway into its nest site. There was just a buzz going around the churchyard. So within those stepping stones, you have wildlife that can use it in its own right and will, produce there and grow in population. But you've also got stepping stones which allow wildlife to move from one core area to another. And as climate change is moving so rapidly and wildlife isn't able to adapt, we need to give wildlife the opportunity to move. So as a habitat becomes inhospitable, it's able to easily move from one place to the next where it can find somewhere it can survive. So this is our Living Landscapes plan for Norfolk. We have Living Landscapes areas, which is our project areas, but I should have just put the dots of the churchyards on there, and suddenly you see all those stepping stones that are there and helping us with that environmental network. So what I was going to do is just sort of highlight some of the wildlife associated with churchyards, and some of them you've probably got, you'll be like, oh yeah, we've got that, oh yeah, we've got that, oh she hasn't mentioned that. So, but I just wanted to show you some of them, and again we're going in with that word action. So, what can you do to, if you haven't got them, to get them into your churchyard? Now for us, we're slightly obsessed in my team with flowers and plants. We've already mentioned that the churchyards are a stronghold for our unimproved grassland. And you'll be absolutely bored of me saying that by the end of this. But it's so important to stress that your grassland in your churchyard are those wildflower meadows that we have lost. And, you've got them just here. So for us at NWT, churchyards are the single most important refuge for 5/6 wildflowers, which are typical of old meadows. And they all have around 50% of their population in churchyards over large areas of the county. So 6 plants have 50% of their original native population. Now, one of them is oxeye daisy. Now, you'll be like, hang on a minute. Oxeye daisy's everywhere at the moment. It's making the whole of the county look like it's covered in snow. Yes, but those are ones that have probably been spread by seed. They've been brought in by seed. Whereas the oxeye daisies we have in churchyards are the original native population. So I'm just putting that out there as well now. Oh, and I flicked it. Right. So one of the species, so these are just quick ones. So when we go out and do churchyard surveys, we're looking for some key plants within the churchyard. And one of them is meadow saxifrage. It's actually in the rose family. It's not a saxifrage at all. Flowers really early, so from April to June. So we always try and start surveying churchyards in early spring, because a lot of these species will be been and gone before you even realise. So meadow saxifrage, beautiful flower, probably about this big, and has sort of like this beautiful white flower head with a saxifrage-like leaf at the bottom. The next one, you'll be like, oh yeah, cowslips. So cowslips, there's real beautiful cowslips that are around. April to May, they're flowering. Green crinkled texture and tongue-like leaves low to the ground. We all know what a cowslip looks like. So yeah, again, we're looking out for cowslips. We look out for pignut too. So pignut is has umbels, has umbrella-shaped leaf head, flower head. It's part of the carrot family, and if anyone knows cow parsley, so it's the same family, but is more delicate than that as well. And again, this is flowering from May to June. You wouldn't believe how excited Lucy, my colleague, and I get excited when we go into a churchyard and we see pignut flowering. We're like, this is showing us we've got something special here. And then we have burnet saxifrage. Burnet saxifrage is neither a burnet or saxifrage. Again, it's a carrot family. Now, this flowers really, really late, July to September. And I remember once surveying a churchyard in Norfolk, and the congregation, the community of that linked to that churchyard were just so excited about being part of the, encouraging wildlife into their churchyard. But we weren't finding anything overly special. And you were just like, obviously everything's special, I should say. But right at the end of the surveying season, we went in and suddenly we found burnet saxifrage just under one side of the windows. And it was like, my goodness, you've got burnet saxifrage. You know how special it is. So burnet saxifrage doesn't flowers quite late, July to September. Again, part of the carrot family. Again, more delicate than cow parsley. Now, I should hasten to add, we do have ID sheets, which can be taken away, or they're online as well. And then finally, I always think it's quite appropriate to include this one as well, because ladies' bed straw, which the folklore has it associated with the Virgin Mary as well. So there's some wonderful folklore associated with this. Bed straw family, square stem, small flowers, leaves in a well. Beautiful, beautiful, bright yellow as well. And in one of the other folklores that is associated with it was that in the olden days it would have been used to stuff mattresses or pillows for ladies who were about to give birth. I always think it was a way of getting rid of the husbands while the lady was about to give birth. Go and stuff this pillowcase with ladies' bed straw, just get out of my way as well. So these are the key plants that we are looking for in a churchyard. But there are a few more as well, such as Germander speedwell, knapweeds, violets, mouse-ear hawkweed, primroses, self-heals. I mean, any plants that you find in your churchyard, any wildflowers, are just so, so special. And, as that famous saying goes, there's no such thing as a weed. It's just a plant in the wrong place. And, our churchyards, as we walk through, when we started to get really into botany, I had to call myself a birder. I was always looking at birds. As soon as I started to get into the Churchyard Conservation Scheme, learning more about surveying plants, I haven't looked up since. I now find myself bending over all the time, walking through the city, going, oh, what's that? Seeing what the plants grow everywhere. Now, it should be hastened to say that these flowers will all survive if they're cut regularly and the cuttings are taken off. So when we're walking through, we're experts at IDing plants where the churchyard has just been mown the day before. So we're not too scared about doing that. So these plants were perennial, so you can cut them. They don't need to necessarily set seed. They'll be there. So you can continue to cut your churchyard, take them off, and you'll see them hanging on, growing in there. The issue that you get is when churchyards are left to grow, and then they sort of like the wildflowers are pushed out by more robust grasses. And the grasses are allowed to grow, and then perhaps they're not cut at the right time, or the grass collapses, or when they're cut, the cuttings are left on. And then on Plant ID, it's over there, so we can show you some of the plants that are already are out there. If you're not sure and you want to see them in person, we can show you them in the churchyard. So mammals, I'm just going to highlight one, but of course there's so many mammals that can be associated around here. But the one I've picked is the hedgehog. Now, we all know hedgehogs have been in the news, very recently. They are vulnerable now. They're on the red list for mammals. They are acknowledged as being a vulnerable species. There's been a significant decline in them. But there is so much that can be done to sort of like help and support hedgehogs. I mean, it would be an absolute shame if we lost one of our most loved mammals by not taking action to help them. And, within a churchyard is a fantastic place. They do have a stronghold in sort of towns, in cities, in sort of places where people are. In the wider countryside, there's been a greater decline. But within a churchyard, there's so much that you can do for them. And the key thing is about providing food, but not feeding them, it's about providing food naturally as well. So creating things like log piles, dead hedge at wells next to sea. We worked with the church congregation there, and we created, you always do a bit of churchyard maintenance. You've got a lot of sticks. Where do all these sticks come from? So it's about taking those sticks and making what's known as a dead hedge, which you can weave and make look really nice at the back of the churchyard. And then they become fantastic habitats for lots of invertebrates and lots of food for your local hedgehog. So log piles, dead hedges, having that compost heap as well. Many churchyards will have in a quiet corner of the churchyard, a compost heap. So an open compost heap which will allow access by animals are fantastic for hedgehogs. With the hot summers that we're getting, maybe not this year, but the hot summers that we're getting as well, providing a dish of water. So I'm seeing more and more churchyards leaving little dishes of water out. So, it's vitally important for hedgehogs as well. But the key thing really is about creating access. A lot of churchyards are surrounded by beautiful flint walls. If at all possible, allowing an access point which is no bigger than a CD size hole, somewhere within your church grounds so hedgehogs can move freely in and out. I put a new fence in my garden a few years ago, and the man who put the fence in looked at me when I said, right, now can you cut 2 holes in the fence, please? He's like, what? But dare I say, this probably makes me sound really sad, that one of my proudest moments in my life was when I saw a hedgehog using my hedgehog hole. I was just so chuffed, it was unbelievable. So allowing wildlife to be able to move freely. And remember, with that hedgehog hole, that it means that frogs, toads can come in and out as well. So just creating that space. Of course, there's lots of different animal boxes that you can put up as well. Hedgehog boxes, bat boxes. There's lots and lots of different types of boxes you can also put up as well. If you're putting up a hedgehog box, though, it's really important to sort of hide it. Don't make it too obvious. Hide it away so it can peep nice and quiet. Key thing as well is that hedgehogs have favourite leaves of trees. So they like to build their nests with tree leaves to make them nice and snug, particularly in the winter time. They want to keep nice and warm during the winter. So their favourite leaf, and who knew it, are oak leaves and beech leaves. So they hold their shape. So when hedgehogs collect them and move them into their nest boxes, they will hold the shape and will really compact and keep the hedgehog warm as well. And a lot of churchyards do have oak trees within them and do have beech leaves. So, when you're tidying up the churchyard of leaves, maybe move some of them away, but if you can create leaf piles within the churchyard at the back again, that's fantastic for hedgehogs. I'm sorry, I keep pointing the wrong way. Now, we've got here butterflies, but I'm going to also throw in the words and other pollinators. So we know that unfortunately, bumblebees and solitary bees have really, really been declining as well. So, thinking about what pollinators you can sort of provide food source for and habitat for is really, really important. So we've already mentioned the churchyard is an unimproved grassland. So the flowers that grow within it will be a fantastic nectar-rich source for pollinators. But also, if you can have a nettle patch somewhere, a lot of butterflies, their caterpillars, rely heavily on nettles, and also an area of long grass in the summer. So I've just got 3 butterflies here that you might see. So this is the orange tip butterfly, which is classed as the harbinger of spring. I'm just going to quickly throw that out there. I'm going to give a Norfolk man a bit of a plug. Robert Marsham, who was born in Stratton Strawless in the 1700s, he was a fan of wildlife. He used to record the 27 indicators of spring, and he did that religiously. And one of the species he would record was when he saw orange tip butterfly. The other one was when oak leaves furled, when he saw his first swallow. When he passed away, his family continued to do that recording for 150 years. When we were then starting to look at climate change, is it happening? The climate change scientists of the world, where did they look to? They looked to Norfolk, and they looked to Robert Marsham and his family's records, showing because suddenly we had 150 years of wildlife records that could be compared with the climate of the time. And so we could see how climate was impacting wildlife as well. So I'm just putting it out there, wildlife recording is exceptionally important, and mapping the wildlife that you have in your churchyard is really important. We might think the species is common, but the records are exceptionally important, whatever you have. So if you do have a hedgehog, go onto Hedgehog map your hedgehog. If you've got Swift, go onto the Swift mapper and map your swifts. It all helps us to build a picture of what's happening to our wildlife nationally. So orange tip butterfly, just quickly going back, out May and June, hopefully, if the weather's nice, likes garlic mustard and cuckoo flower, so often seen in churchyards. Then you have the browns. So again, seen in July and August, they like to use a range of grasses. And then you have, as well, another brown, the ringlet butterfly. I'm sorry, flashing. The ringlet butterfly, again, likes those range of grasses. And you have, as well, sorry, I'm struggling here, the peacock, which is much of the year, beautiful scene, much of the year on warm, sunny days. And I remember being in the church, fantastic church in Great Yarmouth. It's a county wildlife site, so you have national nature reserves, you have special sites of scientific interest. The next level down are county wildlife sites. And in Norfolk, we have 5 churchyards that are county wildlife sites. One of them is the fantastic church in Great Yarmouth. The other one is the Rosary in Norwich, and also Earlham Cemetery in Norwich as well. Absolutely beautiful places, amazing wildlife. By the way, if you ever want to see the fattest squirrels in the world, go to Great Yarmouth. The churchyard there is quite impressive. So this butterfly here can be seen on knapweed. You know, butterflies love sunny places, and in a churchyard we often have a sunny side to the church, and you know, so if you're allowed to can allow some flowers to grow in the sunny side, south side of the churchyard, getting the most light. I've already mentioned about providing a nettle patch, so a nettle patch in your corner of your churchyard, and what you can do is with your nettle patch is sort of cut it at 3 different, so you have a nettle patch, but cut it at 3 different times. So maybe you'll cut one in July, then you might cut one in September, and then you might leave one to overwinter. So you're not sort of removing a food source straight away. And if you want to put up one habitat box for an animal, probably the best one you can use, which is most successful, are the solitary bee homes. So the solitary bee homes, for those people that aren't aware of them, they're the boxes that have lots of bamboo or holes in them as well. And some of them can be really fantastic and really sculptural. So you can have sort of like even putting a silver birch log, for example, upright in a part of your churchyard, and then drilling holes in them in a sunny position will bring solitary bees in as well. So ideally the holes are about 15 centimetres to 30 centimetres long, and so the bees can lay their eggs in there, and ideally they're 2 millimetre to 10 millimetres wide as well to let them in. But yeah, solitary bee homes, absolutely amazing, but in a sunny position. Then just quickly, amphibians and reptiles as well. You know, we're thinking amphibians and reptiles associated with church. How does that work? Now, obviously, I know of one churchyard in Norfolk that does have a pond, but obviously most churchyards don't. But of course, a lot of frogs and toads don't spend much of their time actually in ponds. They're actually outside. So if you've got a water body nearby, then they may use the churchyard for shelter, food, and to overwinter. And again, like so many species, creating dead wood pile, having compost heaps, having a little bit of a scrubby area, not too much at the back, you know, will all help them to sort of live in your churchyard as well. Excuse me. And then these fantastic creatures, which are the slow worm and the common lizard. The slow worm is actually a legless lizard, so it's not a snake. Really under-recorded in Norfolk. We're not totally sure how many we do actually have. But slow worms are often associated with compost heaps as well, so that's where they'll lay their eggs. And so, you know, a compost heap with perhaps a bit of carpet on the top, you know, lift the carpet quietly, slowly, and you may just be lucky to find a slow worm in there. So again, particularly like the compost heap and the warm stone crevices. So again, in Norfolk, churchyards surrounded by fantastic flint walls with those little holes in, absolutely fantastic habitat for the common lizard as well. So again, it just appears, it's not rocket science. Wood piles, compost heaps, and again for lizards, a pile of stones, you know, in a sunny spot where they can come and bask. Right, and birds. Right, here we go. So with birds, I mean, we've got some famous residents in Norfolk that like to take up residence in church towers. One of them in particular I'm thinking of is the peregrine. So we have some fantastic, you know, in Norwich Cathedral, it's like EastEnders there, with what's happening between the male and the female, and when the female gets ousted out and another female comes in, it's all happening there. And if you haven't been to Norwich Cathedral to see at this time of year, the British Trust for Ornithology have a peregrine watch there, and you know, the webcam has got a ridiculous amount of hits. It's something like 50,000 hits the webcam has every year. But our churchyards are key habitats for many, many, many different bird species. I mean, we have here robin, dunnock, song thrush, goldcrest, blue tit, crow and blackbird as well. So things like the song thrush, you know, when I was a child growing up, in the back of my garden, we had song thrush there, and we had a song thrush anvil. So a place where the song thrush would break the shells of snails to be able to access the snail. I'd love to know how many children get the opportunity to see a song thrush anvil. Here in the churches we were setting up this morning, beautiful song thrush singing, likes to repeat itself 3 times, just continually singing here. But actually that's quite a rarity nowadays. So things like song thrushes, you know, they love churchyards with short grass. That's where they'll go and hunt along with blackbirds as well. And they'll also be looking for those snails and those slugs as well. Putting up nest boxes, brilliant, you know, and a really engaging thing, an activity to do with children as well. British Trust for Ornithology and the RSPB has a huge amount of information about what bird boxes to put up where, you know, from blue tit boxes to house sparrow terraces to the open fronted boxes for robins and also spotted flycatchers. Variety, that's what it's all about. Creating variety, a mosaic of diversity. Some other species that will utilise the church itself. So for many birds, you know, this is a fantastic church made by humans, but to a peregrine falcon, to a swift, this is a natural access to a stone, you know, stone cliff. This is the tower is its equivalent of a cliff face. And in Norfolk, where we don't have those big geological features, then it makes sense that this is where peregrines are going to head to. They're going to head to those church towers. So already mentioned about the peregrines, but up here as well, we've got the swifts, we've got swallows and house martins. And of course in Norfolk, we're really, really lucky to have a really good, strong population of different owls, including barn owl, little owl and tawny owl as well. And yeah, I have fond memories of going to one church and being shown by a church warden a cluster of owl pellets just on the outside of a church tower, and it's like, this is where the barn owl comes to eat and regurgitate its food every night. You know, it's just those little indicators. So with the barn owls and the tawny owls and the little owls, obviously they're feeding, well, the tawny owls and the barn owls are feeding on small mammals, so creating those meadow areas will then make a home for field voles, which is a really important source of food for those bigger raptors as well. And if you wanted, so like for a church here, where we're looking out on fantastic freshwater marsh or sort of rough pasture, you know, that's perfect barn owl habitat for hunting. So is there an opportunity to put up a barn owl box somewhere? And in Norfolk, we have a gentleman, in particular in South Norfolk, that will go out and support people putting up barn owl boxes locally as well. Now I'm just going to quickly go on to this, swifts. It's become a bit of an obsession of mine in the last year or so. During COVID, a lady who lives in Norwich called Caroline Spinks, she just said, that's it, I'm going to set up the Norwich Swift Network. And in 1 year, she put up 63 nest boxes. She's now been working really closely with churches as well across Norfolk to help them to make their church towers suitable for swifts. And she's worked with the cathedral as well. So swifts, we've seen 51% decline from 1995 to 2015. Interestingly, in Holland, that decline hasn't happened. And one of the reasons being, we believe, is because their habitats are protected and they have swift bricks installed into roofs and things like that. So, you know, in Norfolk, we have some fantastic swift projects going on. And in a couple of, I think next month, we're actually going to Usher with the Usher Swift project there to show people how the church there has been working with them to encourage swifts into their church tower. But what you're looking at is creating nest boxes in sort of like behind the louvres of the church tower as well. They're perfect lodgers, by the way. They don't make a mess. Obviously, they've got that really amazing scream, which to me is a real, it means summer to me. When I hear the swifts screaming through the village where I live, it's like, yeah, they're back, they're making an impact. And, you know, to think of a summer where you don't hear screaming swifts, it would be devastating, absolutely devastating. So, you know, if you want information about how you can attract swifts in there, then please get in touch with the Norwich Swift Network, Caroline, and, you know, she'll be only happy. Or to talk to people like the Usher Swift project to see how they're getting on. And then finally, I'm just going to raise awareness here of spotted flycatchers, which I mentioned earlier. Unfortunately for spotted flycatchers, you know, they've declined by 79%. It's in 1960 to 1998. But churchyards now are one of the best places to see them in Norfolk. And they like open-fronted boxes, and they like sort of ivy-covered trees or walls as well. And, you know, really amazing. I can't think about the last time I saw a spotted flycatcher in Norfolk. Unfortunately, it was probably about 5 years ago now. We're getting there. And then fungi. So fungi, churchyards are absolutely important, really important habitat for quite a few different fungi. We've got 3,500 species recorded in Norfolk, and churchyards provide 3 key habitats: mown grass, short vegetation under trees, and of course old trees as well. So those 3 habitats really, really make them sort of really suitable for a number of key species. Things like earth tongues, wax caps as well. You know, if you see earth tongues or you see wax caps in your churchyard, please do let the county recorder know, because this is really an important indicator of an unimproved grassland as well, and they love a wax cap. So again, wax caps, very, very, they're the beautiful, really, really shiny fungi that's, you know, very, very, very distinctive. And of course, we all know how important churchyards are for lichens and other stonework plants. So many churchyards have well over 100 different lichens growing in their churchyard. Now, to the untrained eye, like myself, I'll go out and say, oh yeah, you've got one. Oh no. If you're a lichen expert, you'll be out there and you'll be like just, you could be called, around 100. They grow exceptionally slowly. You're talking half a millimetre a year. So the lichens that you're seeing in your churchyard, which are also a good indicator of clean air, can be really, really, really old. So as we say here, many plants rely on bare stone on which to grow and draw minerals, as Norfolk has little natural rocky outcrops. Old walls and tombstones are essential for their survival. Lichens are a combination of fungi and algae or bacteria that provides each other with benefits of survival, and around 250 of the 500 Norfolk lichen species are found in churchyards. So if you do have to do any restoration work on your churchyard, one of the things that we ask with regard to stone work plants is that you don't wipe out the whole colony, that you do keep some there so they can then recolonise as well. But some other things to look out for in the churchyard are things like black spleenwort, maidenhair grass, wall rue, they've all got great names, haven't they? But there's all these little species that are growing in and out of the masonry. Just to hasten to add that these have very short root systems, so they don't damage the mortar or the structure of the church. Right, the veteran trees, very quickly. So again, I'm having trouble here. There we go. So again, veteran trees, huge number of ancient trees within the churchyard. Some of them can be really, really old. There's a fantastic ancient tree map as well, so if you wouldn't mind going on and sort of marking your trees on that as well. Planting new trees, though, what we'd be really keen to stress is it'd be great to plant new trees, memorial trees, to the edges of churchyards. And the reason being is because they obviously cast a lot of shade, trees. And with churchyards, you often want them to be quite open and sunny for the unimproved grassland as well. So planting new trees is sort of like, perhaps look at the churchyards as a whole and think, right, okay, where would it be okay to cast shade? Is it going to be to the detriment of other species that are growing around? Right, so the Churchyard Conservation Scheme, Lucy Seeley, who will be at our stand there, has sort of oversees our churchyard conservation scheme. And what we do is we support churchyards to sort of look at how they can manage their churchyard for people and for wildlife as well. We have resources. We are updating all of these resources, and last week we got a brand new website, so over the next year or so we're going to be putting on more resources there. But we have an information pack, which we have some of them here today. But one of the key things that we love to do is to know what you've got in your churchyard already. So we offer a free service, and that's to come out and to survey your churchyard. We have 13 fantastic volunteers who support Lucy with going out and doing the churchyard surveys. And so what we're doing is we're looking for the best places to the most... hang on. We're looking for an area of the churchyard where it's the most diverse for flora as well. As I say, we're very good at identifying plants that have been cut quite recently, so it doesn't necessarily mean leaving your grass uncut. And then what we do is we provide a sketch map, and we also highlight where the key species are in your churchyard, and we also provide management. Every churchyard is different, okay? And so people often ask us for generic advice on how to manage a churchyard as a wildflower meadow. It's really hard to say, so we prefer to be able to say, can we come out and see you? Let us look at your churchyard. Let's see what works best for you. But one of the key things we do say is start small and then work up. Because everybody thinks, oh yeah, we'll leave half the church, we'll turn it into a meadow, it'll be great. And then suddenly, so you've got a beautiful blooming meadow, it looks amazing, it's really diverse, and then all of a sudden you're like, right, okay, we've now got to try and cut this. Who's going to help us to cut it? Oh, and hang on, we've now got to rake it all off. Where are we going to put the cuttings? Wiveton Church is an absolutely fantastic example of community involvement with the churchyard and its management. So here you've already seen the beautiful areas left for to grow. And those areas are, what we love to say is, really think about where you're going to put your wildflower meadow. Sort of like you want to probably, if there's areas that the graves are tended, then people may be upset if suddenly they come back and they find that there's lots of long grass or plants growing there. So it's like try and work out where the best place to put your meadow is. Then what you're looking at is, just as they do here, is to have those paths mowed through. So you're showing people this is where we're allowing wildflowers to grow, but we're still managing the churchyard for people as well, so you can access it. And it's done really lovely here. So the key thing we're saying is, right, okay, we've identified these areas in your churchyard where you might want a meadow, but what we're thinking of is, what's your capacity though? How can you cut this at the end, and how can you rake off? And I'll give you an example of Wiveton. I came here once to help here. In September, they cut their meadow in September, and the local pub provides the cider and the drinks. The local bakeries provides the cheese, the foods such as bread and pork pies. The local Bingham cheese lady provides the cheese, and they get 20 people to come along and to help rake off the cuttings. And then what they do is the local farmer will dispose of the cuttings for them. So it's a really wonderful example of the community coming together. It's absolutely fantastic. I've got 1 minute left. Thank you very much. Okay, so just to say, I will just say about when to cut. Now, when I say this, it's going to be a big intake of breath. It's really hard to tell you when is the right time to cut your churchyard. We aim at, if you're in a churchyard, we'd sort of like encourage people to do perhaps a cut in July and then take off, and then a cut in October time as well. But we've got Richard here, and Richard is... runs Wild Sives, and he's an amazing botanist, and what he doesn't know about meadow management is not worth knowing. But it's about creating are you ready for this, a mosaic. So it might be, I'm going to cut some of my meadow in July, and then we'll leave some of it for August and for September, and we'll cut it bit by bit. So don't feel you have to cut it all at the same time. In fact, leaving some of your grassland to, meadow, your grass areas, sort of like cut on at different times is really fantastic. So if anybody wants to talk to us more about, what to do with managing your meadow and how to cut it, then we are around. Talk to Richard here. Talk to Rachel, just at the back here, who is a fantastic botanist. I'm just going to give a plug to Rachel. Rachel and two of her colleagues have produced a book. It goes on sale tomorrow, and it's the Wild Guides book. And it's the British and Irish Wildflower and Plants Guide. And we have some copies for sale over with Lucy as well. So this will show you 700 of the more commoner plants that you can help you to ID them as well. So, just quickly, if there's key messages to take away here is Norfolk Wildlife Trust Churchyard Conservation Scheme is here to help you. We offer that free survey advice, and we offer free management advice as well. So please do get in touch with us. We're churchyards@norfolkwildlifetrust.org.uk. Please help us with nature's recovery. Help us by creating those stepping stones that are so vitally important for wildlife. But we are here to help you too. And just to say, we have now started running a training programme for churchyards and church congregations. So on Monday, we're out at Wroxham Church showing about how they manage their meadows. We've got one coming up with in Elsham, as we've already said, about swifts and how to cater for swifts in your churchyard. And Lucy has information about that as well. Now, during your lunch hour, you're going to be at the Wiveton Bell, one of my favourite pubs. And we are out and about there to ask any questions while you're waiting for your lunch. Just to say, Louisa, my colleague, she's at the back. She's been working with churches on encouraging them to engage with children and within the wildlife, and so she's got some activities to show you there. Then we've got Richard from Wild Scythes there to show you about scything. We've run a number of scythe workshops in churchyards because they're a really good tool to use. And then, of course, Lucy's here as well. So without further ado, I will hand over to Saul, and he can sort you out your lunch, which is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. That was brilliant, inspirational. And as I said at the start, I would thoroughly recommend working with the Norfolk Wildlife Trust on all what she said, because it is really fantastic. Lunchtime. We have 2 sittings for lunch, or 2 standings probably, because it's a sort of a buffet style. Slight change, because our friends from Koblenz, who we're very happy that they're here today, need to dash off after lunch, and you were booked in the second sitting, but I've sort of moved you into the first sitting, or standing. So, in the first sitting, it will be, if you have raffle tickets number 21 to 43, plus all of our guest speakers, because I reserved you numbers 1 to 20, and our friends from Koblenz. Okay. So if you have raffle tickets, so you've won the raffle because you get a free lunch. Raffle tickets number 21 to 43, all our guest speakers, and actually the tech guys as well, and our friends from Koblenz. That's from now till about 1:30. Second sitting, if you could make your way over at 1:30, would be ticket numbers 44 up to, I think, about 90. If you've gone into the early 90s, then that's fine, plus our volunteers. Okay, hopefully that all makes sense. So 44 up to about 90, plus volunteers. Can you be back here by 2:10, please, if you're in that second sitting? Thank you. May I ask you to resume your pews, please? We're almost ready to go for the afternoon session. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Oh, a booming voice from the front. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to resume your pews, please. And excellent to see so many of you back after lunch, not stuck at the bar. There are probably a few people there, but that's enough about the clergy. No. I hope you enjoyed lunch. Fantastic over there at the Wiveton Bell, and that you are well fed and ready for our afternoon session. So really excited about what we've got coming up this afternoon. Our first speaker is Kitty Sanderson. Now Kitty is a Norfolk-based school student, but from September this year she'll be studying her A-levels in sociology, geography and biology. And I have to say, Kitty has been fantastic because I've been pestering her about this presentation and getting slides to me, and she's been doing her GCSEs, which she's only just finished. So well done, Kitty, for first of all doing those, and secondly for being here today and speaking to us and for getting everything to us. Kitty has a keen interest in birds, being a member of the British Trust for Ornithology's Youth Advisory Panel. And she hopes to pursue a career which promotes nature as an integral part of the communities that make up our society. She currently promotes mental health in nature to young people via her youth-led activism group called Earthling Action. And she feels very privileged to be able to access nature regularly, but believes it should be a basic right. Her hobbies include painting, dancing, reading, and wildlife watching. Kitty, it is fantastic that you are here with us today. There you are, hiding at the back of the pulpit. Kitty is going to be talking to us for about 20 minutes on working with young people to tackle the climate emergency. Thank you very much, Kitty, and over to you.
So I apologise if I haven't been particularly organised. Just, a lot going on right now. But hopefully I can give you some sort of insight into what it's like for young people to try and work within trying to promote change in climate change, biodiversity loss, and nature in general. What I'm going to be talking about is involving youth in action around climate change, but also any kind of biodiversity and projects. So I am going to say I'm not speaking for all youth. It's just a generation. I mean, like, as we all are different people. But I'm going to be talking from my understanding of working with other young people who have been interested in promoting change within our communities. So as Saul kindly said, yes, I'm Kitty, I'm 16, and I have a deep passion for wildlife, but also as a human, I just see all the things that are going on around the world and see it's my responsibility to try and do my best possible to promote better practices. I will also flick to a slide which talks about earthing action, which is I'm just going to give you a brief overview. It's a youth action kind of group which we run for young people who can't access, for whatever reason, other nature groups or environmental groups or social justice groups, and just a place for them to have support from other young people and promote action within each other, kind of motivating each other. There you go. Sorry. So I'm also going to be, first of all, I'm going to be talking about how to engage more youth in environmental conversations. And I have just gone through high school, so I'm not going to say I'm the world expert on young people, but I have pretty good understanding of people's perceptions and ideas around like climate change and nature in our communities. And I think there's a huge disconnect between young people and nature. You probably have seen people like Greta Thunberg reaching the headlines and other really fantastic young climate activists. But it isn't necessarily reflected throughout all young people. And I don't think this is because young people lack the passion or the interest to do more action, but in fact, it's the enabling young people. From around the age of 10, it's hard to find groups to volunteer in even. I mean, you'd think, oh, there's loads of youth groups, and yes, that's fantastic, but one specific about empowering youth to do work, far and few between, and actually finding your community is harder than one would think. So, it's not surprising that young people aren't necessarily hugely active. I mean, earlier, the Wildlife Trust talked about 1 in 4 people caring about climate and taking action on climate and biodiversity loss. But that's going to hugely come from young people, and we've got to see that reflection of young people wanting to act. But there's no doubt they want to act, but currently there's loads of other issues that young people are facing, particularly around mental health and other mental health challenges and screen time and loads of other things that make it harder for them to access the environment outside. So I'm also going to be talking about how it's easier for young people to access the outside. So I do believe that there are more young people who we can engage with climate action, no doubt. Whether they are naturally interested in wildlife or they're interested in other things that tie into the natural world, whether their hobbies lie within art or we can all link them in. But actually getting out is quite difficult for other people. I've used a slide from last year when I did an eco-church thing because I haven't had time, so sorry if it's like not so relevant, but I'll try and link it in. But actually, we can help enable young people to get out via encouraging them to be able, by making this a space that's inclusive for them too, that they don't need to do it one particular way. And that actually, whether you're disabled and you can't leave your house, or you find it difficult because you're a young carer, there are loads of ways we can also interact with our natural world. And by interacting with our natural world, we can see the changes that are happening and realize that they can move us into action, as well as providing hope as part of a balance to problems like climate anxiety and burnout. But the other thing is that many youth already care. I see this through my work with Earthing Action, that young people come to us saying, look, we have ideas, but we're tired of trying to put them to people. We want action, but we're only 13, 14, and some people as young as 10 have the imaginations to help promote community change. But whether it's safeguarding or other things that are there to protect us can also prevent people feeling comfortable helping us and enabling us to do things. And I mean, naturally, but we can, so I'm just going to quickly, there we go. So climate anxiety, where I just referred to it, but it's where people who really deeply care, particularly young people, really deeply care about climate change, but because of the maybe feeling that they're disconnected to our communities, that we can't see the action around us happening, that maybe things aren't happening, and therefore kind of a sense of fear of environmental doomism. And that's where community engagement can help, because it provides us with a sense of hope in community, and that other people just like us care and want to make this place better. I experienced this through many years. From as young as 10, I was desperate to get out into local communities. But actually, and I'm lucky enough, I mean, some might know my dad, who's Nick Sanderson from the Broads Authority, and I've got very supportive family and parents with this. But even with that, it's hard to join adult-based climate action groups. And there is nothing necessarily specified for climate action for young people in this area. And without that family support, not because young people, partially because the lack of climate education for adults too, that young people cannot access these spaces that are supposed to provide us with hope and action. Encouraging climate anxiety, as well as meaning that they might be doing action that feels like it's getting nowhere without the adequate support there, leading to burnout. But we, as people, can enable more youth to take action and join our communities. There are loads of ways we can enable them. I mean, enable young people. I think the thing is that we assume that there's one type of activist, the one who's got the megaphone, who's shouting down it, making empowering speeches and holding a sign. But actually, there's loads of ways that we can engage people with biodiversity loss, whether that's practical conservation in your churchyards, or nature reserves, or local community spaces, or whether that's supporting other young people to take action as well, supporting already established action. Things that we can provide is support and knowledge, care and opportunity and understanding that these people, young people may lack. It's about maintaining a balance between action and preventing burnout and anxiety as well, which can manifest itself in many different forms. But we need to learn as adults, like the majority of you are, that it's actually good to try and befriend, this is going to do please, but befriend local young people to help them in their action, whether they naturally share an interest with this, or perhaps there's a little flicker of a sign that this can mean building stronger friendships, can make action in any form easier for both parties, and it can prevent loneliness, build community and hope. And things that you can do is help scout out local youth and invite them to your green spaces like churchyards and local, green spaces, and just kind of build this kind of community that we can help each other. Because, again, as by making them feel listened to, rather than running an eco-club, perhaps inviting them to work with you to create an eco-club / community, is where in youth-only spaces, they might feel that there's not the adults to enable them to go into the adult world, or perhaps they're having to enter the adult world and behave like adults in order to get the action and join these clubs. Perhaps working with them to kind of nurture intergenerational connections so we can nurture change for nature. So there's loads of ways we can do it. With regularity, we can check in on the local young people to see how they're doing and whether there's anything we can do to support them. And in adult youth, in adult-led youth groups, perhaps there's the feeling of hierarchy, which is necessary in many means, but maybe having other spaces where we can convene as young people and adults. Because when you're under 18, the opportunities there are your world is smaller. And so building that outer world, building that community to have a better interaction with the world around you and your local community is so, so important. And by uniting us in our humanity, we all want for a better future, and we can enable each other to act and grow a healthy yearning for change that's not affecting our mental health in a negative manner. Another ways you can do that is getting your local adult conservation groups, whether that, to engage with and join forces with Guide, Scout, the MAP, and other local youth advisory boards as well. So youth groups can join forces and work together. And yeah, so please, what I'm trying to say, sorry, very unsuccinct, but that we can, by making young people feel included in spaces even like the church, we can promote positive connections and therefore positive change. So yeah, sorry, that was a very long-winded way of saying that, but thank you for listening to me. And if there is any questions, then I'm willing to take them.
Thank you so much, Kitty. That was fantastic. You spoke very passionately there, I think, about young people and inclusion. And that statistic that 75% of young people feel frightened about the future is a shameful one, actually. That really brought me up sharp there, that should not be happening, that 3/4 of our young people are frightened of what lies ahead of them in their adult lives. But you spoke very passionately there, Kitty, about positive ways in which we can, as adults, work with young people and support them and include them. So thank you for that. I think if anyone does have any questions for Kitty, hopefully you'll be around for a little bit. Great, don't need to dash off. So when we maybe have our tea and coffee break, because I know Kitty was quite keen to have some questions there at the end, so please do talk to her if you have any ideas. I don't know, for example, David, whether the Diocesan Environmental Group has a youth advisory panel that feeds into it, or whether that's something that we might consider how far we do work with young people at that sort of level of advice and guidance that we put out. We certainly need to hear their voices. So thank you very much, Kitty. Great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Polly Eaton from our Rocha UK. Polly is the Eco-Diocese Officer with our Rocha, with their Eco-Church team. And her role within that is to support the Church of England Diocese to achieve their Eco-Diocese Awards. She's been in this role since September, last year, I should say. And Norwich's Bronze Eco-Diocese Award was one of the first diocese awards that she processed. In fact, within a few weeks of being in post. So, well done, Polly. She also has personal experience of doing Eco-Church, as her previous role was as an administrator for a gold-awarded Eco-Church, and therefore draws on her own church's experiences when applying Eco-Church in its individual contexts. So Polly is going to be speaking to us about Eco-Church. Where do we go from here? Thank you, Polly. Oh, and I've just remembered that Ben told me to point the clicker at that little screen in order to progress the slides. Okay. Thank you, Polly.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, and it's been an incredible day so far, and I know there's still more to come. Really inspiring, and to follow on from Kitty, another great talk. And I'm sure your heads are just full of ideas, buzzing around, ideas, things to do, things to talk to people about. So I hope over my talk, I'm hopefully going to have a few moments where I just want you to stop and think as well, but hopefully some practical ideas too. As was said earlier, we're facing the greatest challenge, but also the greatest opportunity. So I have, as Saul has introduced, I work for Rocha UK. Who are Rocha UK? What do we do? We are a Christian conservation charity, and our ethos is working for the protection and restoration of the natural world, both as a response to the biblical mandate to care for the earth and as a demonstration of the Christian hope for God's world. Rocha UK is part of a worldwide Rocha family. There are Rocha organisations around the world committed to conservation action. Rocha stands for the rock in Portuguese. Quite often people say, well, what does that mean? Where does that come from? So the very first Rocha project was a bird conservation project in Portugal, and that's where the name comes from. Rocha UK encompasses 3 main programmes. One of those is called Wild Christian, which is a programme for individuals or households to sign up to receive monthly or regular email updates, information and support. Partners in Action is the conservation side, or specific conservation side of our organisation. One of the elements of work there is something called Partners in Action, or a project where we're specifically partnering with Christian landowners. So that might be someone who's got a small area of land, or half an acre or a few acres, to landowners who have thousands of acres, maybe as part of a conference centre or just privately owned land. So the conservation team will look at how to help that landowner manage their land for nature. We also have 2 conservation nature reserves. One of those is just south of Bury St Edmunds, called Fox Earth Meadows. That's the nearest one to you here. One of the other aspects of our conservation programme is something called Target 25, which I want to just make reference to because we heard from the Wildlife Trust about the wonderful range of animals and species, and thinking about habitats that we can do something for. And I think Target 25 could be a really useful resource for churches, because it's 25 species, groups of species and habitats that the conservation project have prioritised as species that are at risk in our country. And a church may want to adopt 1, 2, or 3 of these groups as a kind of way of targeting what you might do for nature. Not to neglect the others, but it might be a very relevant group of species or habitat for your setting. So do have a look at that resource on the EcoChurch website. And then EcoChurch, which is what I'm here to talk to you about. That's the programme that is open to churches of all denominations across England and Wales. It's a learning community. Today isn't about judging where are you at, or you're not doing this, but you're doing that. It's about learning together, and today is obviously an enormously good start in that process, but also a way of keeping you motivated and drawing from other people's experience. It's an award process, so there are bronze, silver, and gold awards to gain. Since EcoChurch was launched in 2016, we have now got 7,000 churches registered with us. Over 3,200 of those churches are awarded. So if you're sitting here with an award, you're in very good company. And if you haven't yet registered, join the party. But we want that to grow, we want that to be bigger. Our goal at the moment is for us to reach 25% of churches in England and Wales by 2025. So that would be 10,000 churches. So we are really encouraging you to be part of that. Engaging with EcoChurch is a demonstration of action to protect nature and to address climate change. It's about standing together as a church to say, I love God, I love what he has made, I love that he cares for me, and I want to care for his earth. It's a missional opportunity as well, as we have already heard this morning from Bishop Graham. I'd like you to take a moment now just to think, where is your church on that EcoChurch path? Are you at 0? Maybe you hadn't even heard of EcoChurch before today. Or are you at 10? Maybe you're nearly a gold EcoChurch and you're looking at the way ahead and you think, I should be standing up there instead of Polly telling you what to do. So where are you from 0 to 10 as an EcoChurch? Just have a moment to think about that. Today is about reaching the next step. It's about, we're here, we need to get there. We're here, what can we do to get there? What's next? This is a picture from southeast Nigeria. I lived here for 3 years just near here in a village. I was working for a mental health project. We were surrounded by villages where we lived, and the people within the village were subsistence farmers. They grew enough food to feed their family, but most people also tried to supplement their income by growing cocoa. And each year they would pick the cocoa from the trees, they would dry it outside on these racks, and then they would bag the cocoa into sacks and then stand at the side of the road with these huge sacks of cocoa, waiting for the buyers to come along the road to pay for the cocoa. In the time that I was there, every year those farmers got less and less money for their cocoa. And in the end, it was not worth even picking the cocoa to sell it because the money was so little. Instead, what many of the villagers started to do was to fell the trees in the forests around them because they could get far more money from logging the trees and selling those. So in the time that we were there, we saw these great scars across the hillsides where forests had been cut down. The consequence of that was when the heavy rains came, the land started to just be washed away because there were no trees to retain the soil, and very often then the very farms of the people in the villages was also washed away, so then they were without food. Watching this happen was my aha moment. I made the connection between the choices we make of things we purchase, the price that we're willing to pay for a bar of chocolate, and the consequence for our brothers and sisters elsewhere in the world. I also saw firsthand the effects of deforestation and what that means for biodiversity, what that means for communities, and what that means for livelihoods. Global systems, temperature rise, nature depletion can feel like an enormous challenge. But collectively, Christians have a role to play. We are told in the Bible to love our neighbour. What we're talking about for all of today, whether that's nature, non-human, human, carbon emissions, that is how we love our neighbour. When I moved to the UK after living in West Africa, I joined a church that was doing this thing called Eco Church. And it was fantastic for me to discover that here was a framework that Christians could use to take action, which has again been the theme of today. So, when was your aha moment? When was the moment, or when has been a moment that you have made that connection between God, our Creator, and what is around us? When have you felt compelled to take action? Just think for a moment. Maybe jot it down. If you wish to share with your neighbour, please do, but just have a moment. Part of developing eco-church in your setting, in your church, is to create a space for people to have aha moments amongst your congregation. Maybe you want to share your story with them after today. Throughout our faith, we are growing, we're coming to new realizations. That's part of being a Christian. Moving forward with eco-church is also a process. There are going to be turning points as you go forward and for your congregation. So I really encourage you to think about how you will create those spaces in your church. I've had several conversations today with people who have said, it's really hard, it's just me. We just got to keep motivated. And that's absolutely right. And you are going to be energized after today. So you need to take that back and think how you can get your church energized. And sharing your story might be one of those ways. So let's get to Eco-Church. This lists the 5 categories of the Eco-Church survey. It's an online survey. You go on, you register to the platform, and you can access it. It's a holistic toolkit. It's to be applied to your church and your setting. And it covers these 5 areas of your church life. Under each category, there are a series of questions and taking you through thematically those 5 areas. So I'm just going to outline what the 5 themes are. Worship and teaching to begin with. Worship and teaching is foundational. It's so great that we're actually having this conference in a church. We need to start by exploring together what the Bible tells us about creation. And it's not just the bit in Genesis, it is throughout the Bible. We need to develop our love of God and his creation, and action will follow. This category underpins the whole of the Eco-Church programme. We need to celebrate God's creation in our worship. That's collective worship, that's individual worship, and worship in small groups. A one-off service during the season of creation, which is September, or during springtime, is a really good place to start, an easy access into this theme. But you will also need to think about the teaching perhaps with your children or young people, or maybe things that are happening outdoors, outside, and also space for lamentation. We've heard today some statistics, some really overwhelming facts about what is happening. And we need to repent. We need to talk to God about that. We need to acknowledge the destruction that we are witnessing and we are part of. Small groups are also a really valuable way of going into these topics in more depth in your church. The next section is buildings. We're in an incredible building today, but church spaces can be challenging, as we've already heard. The building and land section are really critical in the way we look at the assets that we have and how we steward those. Cutting carbon is obviously a big part of thinking about your building, and we've touched on heating today. And churches have heritage, they have a place in the community. But there are churches finding incredibly creative solutions to some of the challenges, and we've again heard a little bit about that today. Thinking about how your building is used throughout the week, not just maybe on one day a week or even a month that you have a congregation, but how is it used and who is it used by, and how might it be used in the future? We've heard about heating spaces, not people, heating pews, heating seats and cushions. Lots and lots of resources on the Church of England website and on the Diocese of Norwich website for you to look at. The section of land, again, we've had lots of great information about that. And that land of your church, it could be very small, it might even be a car park, but it's likely to be a bigger space, particularly in this wonderful part of the country that we're in. And whatever land you've had, think about managing that land for nature. Thinking about putting up bird boxes, creating habitats by leaving piles of leaves, not mowing sections of the grass. We've got some resources on our EcoChurch website about how to create a land management plan, so that can take you through some ideas of things to think about and some example plans for you to look at within your own setting. Community and global engagement. This section is all about how we connect with other groups in our community and globally. How aware are you as a church of what's going on globally? How do you respond to climate justice? This is going to look very different in other churches, but many churches already have connections in other parts of the world, perhaps through the diocese connection with other churches or other dioceses in the world. Maybe you're already supporting mission partners in other parts of the world. Maybe you're already involved in different charities who are looking at this subject. That comes into your concern about community and global engagement. Maybe there are other projects, initiatives or food banks or lots of conservation projects or nature reserves that might be on your doorstep. Engaging with them is part of community and global engagement. And finally, lifestyle. Sometimes people say to me, well, we can't really do this bit because we can't tell our congregation how to live. I think that's something that somebody standing in this place does every Sunday, actually, is tell us how to live. They challenge us on how to live as Christians, and the lifestyle part is part of that. Encouraging our congregation to think about these different issues, to think about lifestyle tips, food and travel, ethical finance, recycling. That kind of information is things that we can share, we can talk about, we can ask one another about within a congregation. Using a questionnaire is a really good way of asking your community, what do you do? Tell us about what you do, so that you can then gather information, but also encourage one another, but also share what's going on locally. We have a big issue in our community where we like to recycle, or my church, we like to recycle things that are hard to recycle. So we have a collection place for pens, and we take that to a school who recycle them. But when we discover that a pharmacy can recycle blister packs, we tell everybody so that they can do it too. We don't have to do it, but they've got the opportunity to do it. So lifestyle is about sharing information together. So the EcoChurch process. If you haven't done it, I hope after today you feel ready to go online and register with the EcoChurch process. It is free, you can sign up, you can look at it yourself and sign your church up. You can start a survey, you can update that survey at any time. And again, I really recommend that if you have not yet done it, it is a great way to start. See where you are. You may already be at bronze, you don't know. Or you may be in bronze in one of those categories we've just talked about, or maybe you're further along. And I will someone's just asked have we redone the survey. I've got it later on, but let me answer that now. So the Eco Church survey is being undergoing a major update right now. We've piloted it with a few churches. We are now in the process of just finalising that, and it will be launched in the summer. We're kind of supposedly in the summer now. It doesn't quite feel like it, but in the next few weeks, we hope that the new survey will be launched. But if you have already started a survey, you will be able to access and go into that survey until the end of the year. So you've got 6 months to finish that survey. If you have not yet started a survey, or if you're at bronze thinking of silver, but you think you might not get there before the end of the year, you'll probably want to just wait until you start a new survey until it comes out. But that's where we're at, and they'll run along in parallel together for 6 months or so, and then it'll be just a new survey. But that's a good question. Thank you. So there is plenty of information. There are loads of resources on our website, and that's addresses up there if you haven't yet got it. Oh, which I've just moved on really quickly, so I'll just go back if you haven't yet got it. The Eco Church survey is really easy to navigate once you get on there. This is a screenshot of what it looks like when you go on. You'll have a box of different questions under each of the 5 categories. You open a box, it has a question, and you respond. Each time you respond to a question, you'll get a number of points, and you'll see that little blue bar at the top move along as you get more points. So it'll get to bronze and silver and to gold, and you need to reach the relevant level in all 5 categories to get the award.
So will it be easier or harder to achieve the goals?
The question is, will it be easier or harder to gain an award? The new survey is going to be more rigorous. The new survey is in line, bringing us into line. There's a lot of things have happened in the last 8 years. So the survey is going to bring into line with some of the national things like the net zero, the route map to net zero from the Church of England. So the buildings part, for example, is really going to reflect the route map. So there'll be some similarities. We don't want it necessarily to be harder. We don't want to get less churches getting their awards, but it is going to be more rigorous. So I hope that will answer that question. So there we are. There's a sliding scale, and you'll see as you go through what you might need to do to get to the next level of award. So I hope that helps there with that snapshot of what the survey looks like. We've had a few numbers already, but we are sitting here in the Diocese of Norwich. A few numbers, some of these numbers might be up a few than what I've got on the slide. There are about 650 churches in this beautiful diocese, and you already have 27% of those registered with Eco Church. That's brilliant. Definitely, Barbara and I would love to see that move up over the coming year or so. You already have 66 bronze churches and 21 silver churches. And we had a show of hands earlier about who has an award. If you're a silver church, I am so pleased that you are. Please tell other people what you're doing. You know, you have experience, you have information that is really valuable to share. So that's a great thing. And there's a silver awarded cathedral as well. So these are great things in your area. What does that look like on the map? This is a map. You can look at this map on the Eco Church website, and you can look at Norwich Diocese, and these are the little churches that come up. You can look at the ones that are also registered. You'll be looking at that, looking at where you are. Oh, I didn't know there was any near me. Or maybe you're looking at that map and thinking, there are no churches near me. But it's a useful thing when you are investigating, or when you are thinking, how do I move forward? Have a look at the map, see who are your neighbours, because working together is going to be key to moving forward with Eco Church. But I just highlight that Eco Church is not just the Church of England. So the next map I'm going to show you, see if you can spot the difference, are all the Eco Churches in this region. There are more of them. And there are other denominations. And you will notice down at the bottom there are 2 gold churches. So they are Emmanuel Church Bungay and All Saints Church, Mendham. Those are really great resources in your community, and I'm really delighted to know that Barbara's already collaborating with them for future events, because they have experience as well that's going to be relevant to you and nearish neighbours for you to draw upon. I've already mentioned the new survey is coming soon. If you haven't signed up to Eco Church or to any of our communications, please do that. There are some leaflets on the table, and there's a white leaflet with some just plain printing. You can fill that in and give it to me, or just sign up online so that you receive Eco Church Connect. That's our regular email, and we'll update you, and you'll be first to know about the new survey when it goes live. I'm next going to take you through my 5 top tips. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you the question, how do you work best? It's exam season in my house. I very much, my sympathy is with Kitty. Well, congratulations if she's just finished her exams. We're still not quite finished yet in my household. We've got A-levels and GCSEs happening. And everyone revises differently. You might be writing flashcards, you might be making mind maps, having study groups, or pacing around walking, or just telling the goat what you have learned. So my question to you is, how do you work best? Do you like to plan, look at a map of the year, or look at a calendar for the year and think through sequentially? Do you like to gather all the information, do lots of research online, look at websites? Or do you like to just have a go? Let's try this out. I want you to think what's going to be the most useful way to go forward from today within your church setting. How are you going to involve your church family? How can you take forward your action plan from today? And do you want a goat to talk to about it? So these are my 5 top tips for moving forward with Eco Church. Engaging with the seasons, don't reinvent the wheel, use what you've got, support and share. Engage with the seasons. A planner can be a really good way of thinking through your church year. There's a lovely planner on the Church of England website, that's the picture on the right, with different environmental days throughout the year. And it can be good to hang on to those as things that you might hold events around. Of course, you've got the church calendar of Advent and Lent, harvest, festivals, times that it can be really easy to bring in creation care into those things. Or there might be local events in your community, fairs or fetes or festivals, that would be a good way of you using those times to look specifically at creation care or action in your community, such as Earth Day or Great Big Green Week, which we're just coming to the end of right now, or Water Day. But we also need to respond to the seasons that we're in more broadly than that. And when COVID struck, that was a whole new season we found ourselves in. And that picture there of the stone is how one church adapted to that particular season, when it was very hard to then go out and do your Easter sunrise service on a hill. And in that time of despair and real challenge nationally, the church delivered stones to the church members, and they at home painted stones with messages, words of hope or inspiration or Bible verses, and then out on their walk, put them around the community for people to collect, pick up, take home, or give to someone else. And it just created this real online community energy about what was going on, but it was also a way of just reaching into the community at what was a really challenging time. So we just need to think creatively about how we engage with the season. We're currently in a season of election. Maybe that's the opportunity for you to engage with your community. And then there's, of course, the actual seasons we're in as well. Great opportunities to think about connecting to food. This is a church who has a plant swap outside their church during times when they've got too many seedlings. There's lovely strawberry plants here, and encouraging church members to have a go at growing, maybe exchanging pollinator-friendly plants as seedlings that might just be on the doorstep or placed in the community. But a simple plant swap could also be time for more information to be shared. It could be a time for encouraging contemplation of God's creation. So it's a chance for you to just open that conversation. My next tip is don't reinvent the wheel. If you don't know where to start, please start with some of these great resources. You do not have to create material, study packs, information, because so much is out there to help you. These are just a few different organizations, charities, projects that you might want to tap into as you're tackling different elements of eco-church, or you feel that you're really led to explore a particular topic. There are organizations here, Just Money Movement, about ethical finance, engaging in that as a church, thinking about individuals and their money and finance. Opportunities to think about nature. Churches Count on Nature is a week-long project encouraging you to engage in citizen science. We've heard about the value of knowing what's in your churchyards. This is a great time to do it. Evaluate what's there, feed that into national data, but also understand what's going on in your immediate churchyard. Theology and different ways of thinking about things. We've got Green Christian is one of the organisations that have got lots of opportunities for learning and thinking about issues, and other organisations have also been mentioned today. Great Big Green Week. It's a national initiative, but it's a great way for churches to use that to engage in creation care. There's a church, this year the theme for Great Big Green Week is swaps. So there's a toddler group who decides to have a toy swap. Come along, bring your toys. You don't have to buy everything new. You can swap out something, you can re-gift something, and give your kids an opportunity to play with something different. It's a very simple idea, but it's about tapping into the resources that are already out there to progress this within your church. There's lots of small groups, resources and materials. I'm just mentioning one here, which is called the Big Church Read. There's lots of different Bible study groups, but this is about reading a book together. There are videos, there are online questions that you can look up. They have about 5 or 6 of the books that they list. They have over 20 books on the Big Church Read, but some of them are specific to justice, ethical living, Christian, environmental issues. So that's another resource. Just going to mention this other final project. Again, it's about thinking about what you might use as a resource. So this is an example of a project to engage with something called the Loving Earth Project. This is a Quaker-originated project just before COVID, where they encourage people to respond to their environment through textiles. So people were encouraged to think about a place they love, how that's being affected by nature degradation or by climate change, and then to respond by each individual creating a 12-inch panel of textiles and then a reflection. You can borrow that exhibition and put it in your church or your local community, or you might want to do that as part of a group in your church. Having conversations about climate and carbon and nature can feel like a disconnect for some people in our churches. But I imagine there's quite a lot of your church members who might like craft and sewing and sitting together. So this might be a resource for you. Again, there are so many things out there for you to tap into and make use of as you go through this journey together. Next, use what you've got. You've got buildings, you have gardens, churchyards rather, green spaces. You probably have links with schools or maybe Cubs or Scout groups. You may already have links or have on your doorstep nature reserves, conservation projects. You may have know-how. You may have experts in your church. Last week for Great Big Green Week, I visited a church just very nearby to me, and they put on a talk about sustainable flowers. And I thought, this is amazing. Turns out in their congregation, just down the road, they have this national expert who has spent the last 20 years researching the sustainability of flowers, how they're grown, how they're shipped, pesticides, workers' rights, everything you could think of. And it's relevant to churches, and then people bring those flowers into churches and they put them into an oasis that never biodegrades or a floral foam. She could talk about this in our local community during Great Big Green Week. What an amazing resource. And I've already spoken to people here who tell me they're ecologists, tell me they're other things. Great, you have got the know-how, and I am sure there's more know-how in your community. So make use of what you've got. I mentioned before an outdoor service. This is a really easy way to start by engaging with your environment. But worship outdoors is not just a service outside. It is engaging with the environment. It's about praying under the sky. It is a chance to notice. It's about reciprocity. It's about giving thanks for the flowers and the scent of flowers, which attracts bees. It's about giving thanks for those tiny creatures that pollinate the plants to produce the food that we love. It's about thinking through the interconnectedness of nature and creation. I don't know if you watch Spring Watch, but I absolutely love seeing how excited those presenters get about nature. And you're just sitting there, and the nature's amazing, but they're getting just so animated about what they're seeing. It's just fantastic. The more we know, the more we notice. And if we can impart some of that, if we can learn together about what is around us, we are going to be so much more appreciative to our Creator God about what's on our doorstep. Support is the next area. Today is an enormously good start to support. I am sure there have been connections made today that you're going to be taking forwards. Use the resources on the Church of England website, the diocese website, the Eco Church website. Use your DEO. Use other people who have spoken today as your support. And don't forget that map to see who's your neighbour. Share and celebrate. This is such a crucial part of the Eco Church process. Spread the word. Signage, information about what you're doing, why you're doing it. Share that information in your newsletters, put that information on your website, use your social media, articles in local magazines, and celebrate achievements. It was really great today. There was a photo opportunity outside for a church who got their silver Eco Church Award. Share that. Tell people what's going on. Sharing information like this is an encouragement to your church family, as well as a motivation to continue. And it's about building this understanding of why and those turning points and those continued aha moments. Leaving your church yard unmown can be good. We've heard about how it might help, but let's communicate that. Information boards. If people understand that some long grass is a habitat for pollinators, also for the insects that then are part of a food chain that feed the birds, they can see the bigger picture and the value of what you're doing. As I said, the more we know about God's earth, the more we appreciate it. If you twin your bin, as this church in Glossop in Derbyshire have done, tell people about why you've done it. Sharing is necessary to tell others what you've learnt and what works. It's about finding solutions to challenges. So if you learn where to recycle printer cartridges or blister packs, please tell your congregation. So those were my top tips to take away from today. Where do we go from here? This is, again, this church in Glossop, actually. The vicar here is building a dead hedge, which we had referenced earlier, fabulous habitat for hedgehogs. And also, they can look quite nice. Doesn't sound like it's appealing, but they can really look like great structural features in your churchyard. Where do I go from here? I want you to think back to the numbers I asked you to put yourself on that scale at the beginning from 0 to 10. Where were you? Were you a 3? How can you get to 4? Maybe you were a 5. How can you get to 6? What do you need to do next? Do you need to register with Eco Church? Maybe you need to start the survey or revisit the survey. Maybe you need to form a group within your church or maybe with neighbouring churches. Maybe it's about creating a plan. Perhaps it's thinking about how you could use a small group study or an upcoming season or festival. Maybe it's about how you might collaborate with a nearby nature reserve or a school. Maybe you want to research some resources that have been mentioned today. Maybe you want to know what churches count on nature is. Or maybe you want to know what a halo heater is. Or maybe today, to get to that next level, you need to celebrate and share. So jot that action down, take it away, and make it happen. We know that climate change is impacting those who have contributed least to the problem. We know that the loss of biodiversity is staggering. We know that our engagement in these issues is critical. I saw this swan on a recent walk along a towpath just a few feet from the path. This swan, she's been returning to this nest for the last 7 years and nurturing her young, despite living very close to people. Despite that nest containing bits of shopping trolley, plastic bags, and an old shoe, she is nurturing new life despite us. So what can we do to support life, human and non-human, in the world around us? Eco Church can start as a special service at Harvest or a Bible study during Lent, but it can lead to weekly intercessory prayers about lament and praise for God's earth and the people and creatures who inhabit it. Eco Church can start with toilet twinning, but it can lead to the congregation thinking about water use and installing water butts and campaigning to stop sewage and pollution of our rivers and seas. Eco Church can start with recycled printer paper, but it can lead to a deep understanding of the interconnectedness between us as created beings and the resources that God provides. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Polly, so much for that. I mean, there was so much in there that I'm struggling to summarise it, to be honest, because you've just provided us with a huge amount to think about, many ways in which we can act, we can share and celebrate, I think, as well. Particularly just remembering what you said on the more we know, the more we notice, which I think is very powerful. Not reinventing the wheel. And making use of what we've got and who we've got, I think, and particularly partnerships that we can build on our journey towards not only Eco Church, but also in tackling the climate crisis and in positive environmental outcomes for our buildings and our communities. So thank you very much, Polly, and I'm sorry if that wasn't a great summary of what you said, but I'll try my best. So thank you. Our final offering today is a discussion that we have going to be chaired by Revd David. Ta-da, there he is behind me. And we have 4 guest speakers, and David is going to give you each speaker bio, but I'm delighted to say that we have, I'll just introduce them, just the names. Rob Young from North Norfolk District Council, who's Assistant Director for Growth at North Norfolk District Council. We also have Lucy Emerson from the National Lottery Heritage Fund, who is the Policy Project Manager there. Nigel Baldero, who is representing Norfolk Green Care Network and hugely experienced in working with churches and positive environmental actions. And also Nick Cannon from the Diocese of Norwich, and Nick is the Secretary of the DAC and leads the Church Care and Development team at Diocesan House. So do take this the right way. It's a heavyweight panel that we've got here, and they will be talking and discussing, and there will be time for questions. Shades of Green, we've entitled it, discussing ways in which we can enable our churches to become more sustainable. So could I invite our speakers, our panel, to join us at the front, please? And David will carry on.
Welcome, everybody. You're doing very well indeed. And I think now is the time to brew some questions for this wonderful panel. So just to go through, everyone, it's just wonderful to have all four of you here with us. Thank you. So Rob, as Saul just said, Norfolk District Council's Assistant Director for Sustainable Growth. In your stuff, you say, this involves developing actions to achieve the Council's Net Zero 2030 commitments, initiatives that help our economy prosper and meet North Norfolk's diverse communities. He added this at the end. He marvels at the resilience of nature and admires the kestrels that have taken residence again in the tower of his local church in Corston. And we have the Vicar of Corston at the back on sabbatical. Lucy, lovely that you are here, and we are so grateful for the National Heritage Lottery just to enable all of this. Is the Policy Project Manager in the Central Policy Team of the National Lottery Heritage Fund. A background in accountancy. Did the Bishop get you in on this? Sits on the Church of England's Net Zero Carbon Grants panel and is a regular church crawler. And this is her first Norfolk church, and just literally 2 yards from where I was sitting, that's the vault. Do you see the vault? The square bit there is a vault. I'll get them all interested in that later. And the panel for that is just by the door. So you can have a look at that. I'm not sure if the rector will allow us to open it. Nigel, Nigel, I'm grateful because Nigel's come in late in the day, and anyone here who is involved in Eco Church or has been for a time knows and met Nigel, certainly on the eco forums that we do in the diocese. Trained as an urban and regional planner, developed an interest in garden and landscape design, is deeply involved in the church in Haveringland, and I've got to come and see it at some stage, and led all of this has led Nigel to co-found Norfolk Green Care Network, a thriving group of 300 people involved and interested in supporting green care. Nigel is a church ambassador, which is helping churches in this diocese with their buildings and fabric. And I think lots of churches need that. You know, we are overstretched, as we've already spoken about. Last but not least, Nick Cannon, Secretary of the Norwich Diocesan Advisory Committee, DAC, and leads the Church Care and Development team at Diocesan House. He joined the diocese in May 2022 after a 34-year career in the diplomatic service, and his career in the diplomatic service is well worth quizzing him on. I have today, and you can tell him which countries he's been on, and I'm sure if you heard the countries he's been in, you may have extra questions for him. but I'm not going to mention what they are because we're focusing today on the environment. So it's wonderful to have all four of you here. Saul allowed me to kick off with a question, and to get them thinking, we asked them to send in questions. So I'm going to kick off with the first question, Rob, which you put, because I think this is a question that really goes to the heart of some of that, but I'm not going to ask it to you, Rob, first, because you've thought about it. You may have. So how can the tension between conserving our built heritage and mitigating the causes of climate emergency be reconciled? How can the tension between conserving... wait, hold on, I've stepped on too far. Well, I have. That's the preamble. That question is coming. Think on it. Before we do it, preamble, I hand over to Nigel. Introduce yourself a bit more.
Okay, thanks very much, David. Well, lovely to be here this afternoon and this morning as well. It's been a really inspiring day so far. I guess I'm here wearing two hats today, which David has already responded to, mentioned. The first one is my involvement with my local church in Havering, which is about a half an hour's drive from here, in a largely rural area. I'm a church warden there, and I'm project managing a major investment in repairs and improvements to the church called Building the Future, Repairing the Past. I suppose from today's point of view, a very interesting thing is the environmental angle. Apart from what we're doing to the building, which I won't go into in detail, we had a germ of an idea about 5 years ago of an environmental project where we would stretch from our conservation churchyard, which is about, I guess, an acre in area, to work with the immediate area, landowners in the immediate area. There's a hillside animal sanctuary, grazing fields around us, and one or two other places as well. About a year ago, I think it was, when we'd finally got some money from the Heritage Lottery Fund, and we're very grateful for it, I had a discussion with Natural England, and they said, why don't you think bigger? So we are literally now on the cusp of going from 1 acre to 60,000 acres in a landscape scale nature recovery project centred on Havering land, geographically at least, but including a much, much bigger area. We have money from Broadland Council to do a feasibility study, which is hopefully going to lay the foundations for a much longer term project of nature recovery. The important point being that this is a community-led approach. It's not just about farmers, those are very important players in the landscape they are. It's about everyone. It's what you can do in your back garden. It's what schools can do in their grounds. It's what churches can do in their churchyards and other land, and so on. So that's something I think that's relevant for today. And I guess the point there is that churches can be the catalyst for that wider approach to environmental improvement. The second hat is the Norfolk Green Care Network, which, as I said, was set up about 4 years ago. We've now got about 300 members. Just before COVID, it was launched, and it was total coincidence that it was. But as you will appreciate, during COVID, I think the importance of us connecting with nature to promote our health and well-being came to the fore. And hopefully with you and others, that stayed as an important feature of life today. Green care is defined in very many different ways. We've taken a very broad approach to it. It's everything from promoting health to helping recovery from illness and aiding, if you like, coping with illness as well. In many ways, though, over those few years, it's actually an interesting coincidence that this session is called Shades of Green, because this is a term I used recently to describe our journey in the Green Care Network, which has gone from that initial focus on health and well-being to recognising that these other shades of green, whether that's food security, biodiversity improvement, mitigating climate change, are all interconnected. No big surprise there. But by doing one, you can often attend and deal with some of the others. So if you're working in a community garden, for example, you're getting the health and well-being benefits of doing that, but you're also contributing to food security. You're also possibly mitigating climate change and so on. So shades of green, I think, is a very appropriate term. The final thing I want to say is really going back to Kitty's presentation about, I think, children and young people and the impact particularly of COVID on them. very significant, and I think we're still living with the impact of that in many ways at schools and so on. The Green Care Network has been at the front of starting a number of initiatives and campaigns, one of which is called First Nature. And this was set up a couple of years ago, and it's all about expanding nature connection opportunities for children and young people. I'm very pleased to say, unfortunately the Bishop is no longer with us, but very pleased to say and very grateful to the Bishop of Norwich for sponsoring a First Nature Award, Bishop of Norwich First Nature Award, which is in its second year now, and it just opened this week literally. So if you're interested, look at the First Nature website, and it's all about awarding, if you like, or rewarding, recognising great projects that are already expanding nature connection opportunities for children and youngsters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I've made some notes. I'll kind of explain my job, possibly, as we go through the questions, but my role at the District Council is about securing sustainable growth for the district, about economic development, meeting housing needs, addressing issues such as coastal erosion, coastal management and change, and also climate change and mitigating the causes of climate change and trying to take the journey on the council on the journey to net zero. So lots have been said about the road to net zero today. Bishop Graham this morning had some quite stark data to present to us, and that drove the message home well and truly, I think, to everybody. But you know, the road to net zero certainly isn't the motorway. We're not travelling anywhere nearly as fast as we need to. It's a residential neighbourhood in a Welsh town at best, and that's controversial. Why is slowing traffic to 20 miles an hour controversial? I don't know. The road to climate-induced catastrophe, at least catastrophe for life on Earth, is one that doesn't seem to have any speed limits. So we're going rapidly in the wrong direction. The faster we mitigate the causes of global heating, the less severe the consequences will be. So there is a tipping point. We need to act soon. We need to act fast, and I think that's recognised by the science. North Norfolk District Council is certainly not one of the culprits in the emissions arms race, but our emissions from all of our estate and operations amount to something in the order of 1% of the district-wide emissions. So that's from businesses, from individuals, from households, from travel, and from churches. Churches are certainly not one of the main culprits either. The District Council's emissions were in the last year that we measured 3,494 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. So that's 1% of the district's total. The church's one will be far less than that. But this is so what the District Council has achieved in terms of lowering its emissions over the last 5 years. We're now producing 50% of the emissions we were 5 years ago. So we've made progress, but we've still got an awfully long way to go. Responding appropriately and rapidly to the climate emergency is something that all individuals and organisations need to take responsibility for, regardless of the magnitude of their emissions. But organisations such as the Church and the District Council have a particularly critical role. The Council's Environmental Charter and our Net Zero Action Plan and our Greener Future Corporate Plan set priorities for emissions reductions to become net zero by 2030, similar to the Church's declaration. But we need to recognise our role also as community leaders. So whilst reducing the District Council's emissions and the Church reducing its emissions to net zero, whatever that means, by 2030, actually it's a small proportion of the total emissions, but we are community leaders. What we do, we can demonstrate to others how they can follow, and that's where the greater gains can be made. So that's why our roles, and that's why I'm delighted to be here today, are particularly important. The other thing I want to pick up on, I think, is adaptation. Because we're already locked into the consequences of that climate change, we need to develop resilience and the means by which we can adapt. Part of my role is coastal management, so in some ways, in fact, there's rock being delivered today in Cromer to help to reinforce the sea defences. We can protect some places for a short period of time, sort of geological time frame. It's a minute period of time. Other areas we can't protect, and those areas need to adapt. We can't just abandon things. We can't expect people to go on that journey towards net zero if we're going to see the consequences not addressed. But, you know, an example of that, of adaptation, the church in Sidestrand rolled back, that's the common phrase that's used, it was rebuilt inland around 140 years ago. The coast has been eroding for an awfully long time, since the last ice age, and people have adapted to it. In fact, we've adapted to seasonal change, we've adapted to weather changes. We have places like Winterton and Somerton, which have summer and winter in their titles for a reason. We can adapt. As a species, we can be incredibly versatile, and that's what we need to encourage. And I think the actions, such as those expressed at this conference today, can demonstrate how we can act. And there is some positivism, so to pick up on Kitty's excellent talk earlier on. Haysbury Church and its graveyard, which has some very important graves from maritime deaths, will undoubtedly be lost within our lifetimes to coastal erosion. There was an interesting conundrum some 10, 15 years ago when lines were drawn on a map that showed where coastal erosion rates would be. They are accelerated by global warming, incidentally, not caused by it. The lines were drawn on the map, and experts were acknowledging that, yes, there would be key pieces of infrastructure lost, and those graves, don't worry, they will be relocated. So people, living people, whose houses were teetering on the edge of the cliff, had nothing. Their lives and their houses wouldn't be relocated, but don't worry, the graves in the graveyard would. Actually, not long before that, when I was a planner at the District Council, I was responsible for giving planning permission for the extension of Munsley Graveyard in a seaward direction. I couldn't refuse it, but I remember writing a note on the planning permission that was granted to say, please be aware, these graves will be at risk of erosion within a very short space of time. I won't name the time, but that's a fact. So, things the action the church is taking and leading on to mitigate climate change, and Munsley Church actually is one of the ones that's having solar PV on its roof. So mitigating climate change is critical. All of the work that you've talked about today, working with nature and adapting to climate change, is absolutely supported as well. So I'll pass on the microphone there. Oh, sorry, one more thing that I wanted to say. Let us not be known as the Age of Stupid. If you haven't seen that film, there's a great film that was about 12 years ago called The Age of Stupid. It showed that we have all the knowledge, we have the information, we have the technological means to adapt, but we don't. We chose not to. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, Saul and David. I've been in hundreds of churches and sat on hundreds of bar stools, but this is the first time I've done both in the same place. My job is as Secretary of the Diocesan Advisory Committee on the Care of Churches, and for those who don't know it, it's basically the church's planning permission system. So if you want to make major changes to your church, you apply to the DAC. The DAC is a committee of experts, currently 16 volunteer experts, and they include architects, a lawyer, a historian, several members of the clergy, a builder, to have a spread of opinion. And then they review all applications to make radical changes, or even relatively minor changes to churches, and make recommendations to the Chancellor. And the Chancellor is basically the bishop's judge, basically. And they process about 95 applications every year. It differs from the civil planning system in that there is a very strong focus on obtaining a consensus. So the DAC system, the faculty system, aims at, first they consult expert advisors on heating, lighting, ecological matters, archaeology, and so on. They're also statutorily obliged to consult our heritage partners, Historic England, Society of Protection of Ancient Buildings, Victorian Society, Church Buildings Council, and so on. And they're also obliged to consult the community. So at one point in the application, details of what's being planned are nailed up in the church porch, and people have a month to comment on it. Then the papers go off to the Chancellor, and he takes the final decision. There is an appeal system. This is a full legal system, but the objective really is to have everybody on board to achieve a consensus on each application. Key point of interest in this area is that the consensus is shifting, and that's the point I think that the Bishop made during his speech. And so I've seen applications approved by the Chancellor in the 2 years that I've been here that I wouldn't have expected 2 years ago. One example is the putting of solar panels on to a Grade 1 listed building, the St Peter Mancroft example. And the Chancellor's judgment in that case, which was a full legal judgment running to 30-odd pages or whatever, it's well worth reading. It's available. It's available online. Another one was the putting the permission, both from the church and also from the local planners, to put visible solar slates on the church at Mundersley, or All Saints Church at Mundersley. Again, the Peter Mancroft ones are hidden from the ground. They can't be seen from ground level. The Mundersley ones are straight out there. A third one was the recent air source heat pump case at Harlesden, where unlike the Hethel case, which the Bishop referred to, where the heat pumps were stashed away on the roof, out of sight, at Harlesden, their fridge-size unit's been authorised on the ground. It's a very elaborate and modern system, but thoroughly justified. So we're seeing the boundaries of what is acceptable moving, and I think that should encourage people who've got more radical ideas in this area, who want to give it a try. I think many of the myths about the past, or maybe the truth about the past, that these things would be stopped by the heritage partners or by the local authorities or by the DAC are falling away. You can do more perhaps now than you could in the past. Set against that, in certain areas, the Church Buildings Council is tightening up, and the classic is heating, whereas in the past, people could nail up bar heaters in the chancel and get away with it. Now, anybody with a new heating scheme is expected to explore all the options open to them, to consider whether infrared heating is appropriate, underfloor heating, solar panels, air source heat pumps, and so on. So it's expected a kind of holistic approach to heating your church, and that's part of the application process these days. Where to start? The Canadian thinker Jordan Peterson was once asked for advice about what advice he should offer to young men starting off in life. And he said, well, first tidy up your bedroom. And it's a bit like that with the church. As the Bishop said, don't talk about solar panels or heat pumps if you've got a hole in the window or a draft is coming under the door. So look at the basics first in any proposal, to make sure that you've dealt with the basics of the church before escalating up the level towards elaborate heating or energy schemes. Whereas there is plenty of advice out there. We're always happy to offer advice. My colleagues in the environment team at Diocesan House can offer advice. We have a DAC heating advisor who is an expert in the field, who's prepared to advise. We have the church ambassador, the church ambassadors, who are a team of people who have usually had an experience in a project in one or more parishes and are prepared to share that advice with everyone. We've got a couple of them here, of course Nigel's one as well. And these are people with a range of expertise, some of it technical expertise, some of it fundraising or grant application expertise. So they're very useful people to know. There's a lot of advice on the Church Buildings Council website. It's really good. Their one on solar panels is spot on. it's used by the DAC as a reference document. So basically, if an application for solar panel is compliant with Church Buildings Council advice, it will get through, and if it's not, it won't. It's a tick box exercise. We're encouraging them to do the same one for air source heat pumps. That doesn't exist as yet. But there's a lot of good stuff in there about heating, LED lights, and so on, which is you know, other sort of eco-related projects, which is very useful. What happens if you can't do it? And I think that was to answer some, perhaps like halfway towards answering the exam question that you set at the beginning, David, is that, well, sometimes it's not possible to move things in the direction that we would want. There are certain churches where oil-sourced heating is the only alternative. There are some places which have perfectly functioning gas boilers where, although one would want to move away from fossil fuels, if something is relatively new and is functioning properly, it would not be a good use of the church's energy and funds to move away from it. I came across an example a couple of weeks ago of a church which wanted to move from a gas boiler to electric boiler, but found that the electric boiler would be 3 times the cost. So rather than the cost of upgrading their gas boiler was only a third of going over to electric. Logically, in those terms, with limited resources, it wouldn't have been appropriate to go down that road. There is the issue of green tariffs. You know, what happens if a green tariff is more expensive than the normal tariff? And that's a decision for each parish as to where its priorities lie, whether they should pay more to go green or whether, with limited funds or other calls on their funding, they should stick with what they've got. That was really what I had, and happy to take any questions, obviously, now or later.
Thank you very much, Nick. Can I pass to Lucy?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. It is, you said, my first time in a Norfolk church, and it's a great pleasure because I think these buildings are truly incredible and that you should be very proud of them. They're just fantastic spaces. So yes, I'm from the National Lottery Heritage Fund. You may already have heard of us, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of who we are. We are the biggest funder of heritage in the UK. We're an arm's length body of DCMS and pretty much the last of those bodies which works UK-wide and not devolved. We've existed since 1994, and each year we fund UK heritage to the tune of about £330 million a year, which is a fair amount. So we're very proud of our record. And I did want to first of all say that we fund a huge breadth of heritage. We fund from sort of park restoration projects in local town centres to national or globally sort of leading museums, to parish church roofs and restoration projects. So we are proud of our very broad definition of heritage. But I am also aware that for the places of worship sector, as we call it, and particularly churches, which are most historic places of worship in this country, we are a key funder for repairs and have been for some years. And again, we're proud of our track record there. We've funded, we've invested sort of over 1.06 billion in places of worship since 1994, and that numbers just will grow. So we are very again, like I say, proud of our record with churches, and so I wanted to kind of sort of express today that we, as we look into the future, are continuing to be very interested in protecting, saving the heritage of places of worship, of historic churches. we have a new strategy, Heritage 2033. There are paper copies over on the table if you're interested. I'm not going to go through it all, but something to note from there is that instead of outcomes, we now have 4 investment principles: saving heritage, protecting the environment, inclusion and access, and organisational sustainability. And the key point there is that we're not dictating what emphasis you should put on the 4. So it is, every project has to meet all 4, but there does not, as if you need a project that meets them all equally. If you want to focus on one, you can. And so, as I said, sort of one of them is related to protecting the environment, which means that in relation to today and what we're talking about, I think the potential for National Lottery grants to places of worship, to churches that are both thinking about its sort of the condition of its building, its fabric, its sustainability into the future, but also how it's impacting the environment, fits pretty much dead on with what we're trying to do as a funder, and so to go into that protecting the environment investment principle a little bit more, we're defining it as 3 elements. It's helping heritage to adjust to the impacts of climate change, helping organisations to reduce their impact on the environment and help climate change itself, and also supporting biodiversity to make sure that that within the environment is something that we support. We've funded land and nature projects to the tune of £2 billion since 1994. So that's, again, a very important priority for us. And so, yeah, I think listening to sort of today and what you've said so far, I think it is quite clear that if you can think about a church, its building and its community sort of in the round, you are more likely to be sort of delivering those joint principles of improving your own organisational sustainability and helping the environment at the same time. It's a simple point, but I think it's very important. So, whether that's engaging young people who are sort of inspired to get involved with the church for the first time through the environmental movement, as Kitty's sort of shown that interest, or thinking about the sort of the carbon reduction, the carbon impact of your building by thinking, well, yes, what the basics, is it watertight, what's the insulation like? Those kind of questions are fulfilling the 2 aims, and I think we can get some really exciting and valuable projects as a result. Thank you.
Lucy, thank you very much. So I threw out that question, which I think, Lucy, you were in some senses also addressing, as Nick did, about how can the tension between conserving our built heritage and mitigating the causes of climate emergency be reconciled. I don't see this really as question time, so to speak. So I'm not going to pit you against each other. I don't think that's the nature of this conference at all. That's for hustings, which I'm sure you'll all be going to later on at some stage. But I wondered, Rob, you actually put that question down as a question we could ask. So I wonder what your response was.
Well, I don't know whether I have one. What we need to increasingly do is find cleverer solutions to problems. There's lots of jargon about multiple benefits and win-win outcomes. But you cut that down to what it really means is we need to be doing both. We need to be preserving, protecting what's important to us culturally, but we also need to be safeguarding that for future generations to enjoy. So we just need to be smarter. We need to double think things. I suppose in I was talking to someone over lunch about coast protection. In the Victorian era, you know, the idea that there was a town or a village sitting on the edge of a cliff and the cliff was eroding, well, that's easily solved. We'll build a whopping great sea defence out of the hardest materials we can find. That was the Victorian solution to coastal management. We've now got the legacy of that. We've got the sea, rather than coming up a beach in and out, as you'd expect the tide to do. With a hard sea wall, you have the tide going up and down because the beach is removed. So, you know, the sort of hard engineering solution is not, in the long term, always the appropriate one. But we can preserve what we've got, and we can do it in a way which is adaptable and maybe respects the desires or the needs of future generations as well as this one. I'm not sure if that answers my own question. But
I mean, I go with that entirely. I think it's about being technologically wise and creative, isn't it? And I was talking to someone earlier about, I think it was solar panels, and them saying, you know, the development and the design of solar panels is rapid. I just wonder whether there's a role for the church here in terms of lobbying at national level, almost with, you know, a business development hat on. You know, let's push for solar panels or other measures that can achieve what we want to achieve in terms of energy consumption, etc., but addresses those sensitive issues about the appearance of a building, the heritage of the building, and so on. So I pose that really as a question. I think church has got a role to play, I think.
Thankfully, yeah. So Lucy and then Nick.
I just wanted to give a kind of maybe a couple of examples of projects that we've funded, and really not far from here is, I think is it Westgate by the Sea. It's basically a church that has a sort of a 60s annex. They made the decision that for their future use for that building, they would have their activities in the 60s annex as opposed to the modern, the old part of the building, and therefore the work we funded looked at doing draft insulation and secondary glazing for that annex. Another project, St Mary's Stebbing, which is in Essex, again is sort of it's about looking at the sort of the draft and the insulation and sort of the work which will reduce your heating bills effectively, but within a kind of without adding through sort of air source heat pumps or buildings, and thinking sensibly about where you want to use, which parts of the building you want to use is really the answer to that question. Thanks.
Thanks. Well, I think one of the basic principles of the legal base in this whole area is what's called the Duffield Principles. That's whereby the greater the change you want to make to your church, the greater the justification has to be, and although nothing is ruled out. So it means that if you want to make a really radical change, that will make a radical change to the appearance of a highly listed church, then you've got to have a very good reason for doing it. But if that reason is there, the Chancellor and the courts will accept it. I think often there are adaptations that can be made. In the Sir Peter Bancroft case, the solar panels were put in a location specifically chosen for the fact that it was not visible from the ground, and the air source heat pumps were tucked away in a back alley, which would be not noticeable really to a passerby. In the Mundersey case, the slates were the solar slates were different in colour from the roof, but on the other hand, it looks like a normal slate roof. It's really quite clever, and I think technology is advancing pretty rapidly in a lot of these areas. That kind of thing offers the way forward, more discreet and tucked away interventions that are compatible with the beauty of these buildings, which are really also part of our heritage and something we want to pass on to future generations.
So that comment. So that comment, just because I think some people online can't hear it if we don't use a microphone, is about doing it in a sympathetic way for those in the future. I love it the way that Munsley is being mentioned so often. So I think now open questions to the floor, really, with Saul on the roving microphone, which I hope he has. He has. Right. Question.
Is it right for Christian communities to be contributing to one of our ways of destroying the human race, which is the raising of the temperatures, the air and the sea and everything else? Should there not be a focus on insulating? I mean, what is St. Peter Mancroft going to look like with a thermal camera when they are heating their, as is acknowledged, a very poorly insulated, overglazed building? The heat pumps and everything are not to...
Should we heat our churches? So I missed the first bit. It was a bit unclear. I'm sorry. I don't know if you all heard that here. So could you just repeat the question a little bit? Sorry, I couldn't quite hear the precise nature of the question. Could you repeat it?
The St. Peter Mancroft project is to heat a poorly insulated building, and that is going to contribute to global warming, which is a very urgent thing to address.
And should we be doing that, is your question?
I think, no, I
okay,
think...
but your question is to the panel. Should we be heating... Is that going against the gospel to create more heat, more energy in a place such as St. Peter's Mancroft?
Yes, if I can kick off, I suppose. I don't suppose many of these churches were originally heated. And certainly not by the sort of high-tech means that they currently are. And somebody mentioned about heating the person, not the space. And I think St. Peter Mancroft fulfills a number of different roles. So it's not a regular church in that sense, and they probably are a high energy user, electricity user. So it's absolutely right, I would say, to be generating that energy from passive means. But in terms of, today we've had a boiler heating hot water for us to drink. There's probably surplus hot water in there. That could be used to fill hot water bottles to heat the person. We need to go for sometimes appropriate technology, low-tech solutions to things. There could be very, very straightforward answers to how we heat churches. And there's no doubt that insulating houses is by far and away one of the most efficient things we can do to reduce our emissions nationwide.
Nick?
It's often a question of the usage of the church. I mean, I think it'd be very inappropriate to overheat a church that was barely used. I mean, where it can be more justified is if the churches are used often. I mean, some churches are used every day, particularly these larger urban churches are used every day, and you can justify it. Some churches may not indeed require heating at all. Small rural churches, some manage without heating. It is the case, paradoxically, that often the older generation are more tolerant of cold than the younger generation. I mean, I think it's particularly sometimes the very elderly can be very hardy because of the different circumstances of their upbringing, and in some rural churches they don't seem to need any heating at all. There are things, as the bishop said, there's the use of things like the heated cushions. Or you could simply tell people to wear an extra coat. I don't know. So it's not always the case that heating is necessary or required. But I think those big, heavily used churches with quite a broad range of activities, you can make the case a bit more strongly, I think, there.
So in some of my churches, we have blankets now. I wish I'd brought some of the blankets here to help those who are feeling a bit cold today. Anyone else, or should we take another question?
My question is to the panel. We are talking really about conflict here. We're talking about the issue of providing environmentally friendly heating, not moving too far away from energy conservation, and yet we have these magnificent historic buildings which were never designed for the purpose. And we have this dilemma where we still want to use them with great affection, but we're finding that they are not environmentally friendly buildings for at least 3 months of the year. So my question is, we're all trying very hard to move towards solutions to the current issues related to climate change, and whereas we might, with developments in technology, get superior answers to some of the questions we're asking of these buildings, there are other issues which I would like to just mention, which are the restrictive elements related to planning, grade 1, grade 2 listings. We're talking about List B applications. We're talking about English heritage, etc., etc. And they are buildings of great requirement and preserved in principle for our benefit for the long term. And I would like to hear what compromises, what latitudes are being extended by the people represented on the panel here towards their contribution to making it simpler, easier, more direct for what are really people operating within a church framework. They're not professionals, a lot of them, and may at times feel the need for a bit of expert advice, but generally speaking, they are not within the framework of what we'd call professionals, and so we would expect latitude, I think, and a more positive approach from the authorities as such involved with our beautiful churches. So could you outline for us some of the points that
I think
you're
I've got
assisting with?
I think I've got your question. It's like, so how can we allow some of the restrictive planning aspects to move with greater ease and fluidity to allow us to respond to this tension that we all are aware that happens between our historic buildings? Who would like to start? Do you want to start? And then I might get to Lisa.
Okay. Well, I mean, my day job really is managing these kind of applications, and I'm well aware that the system is not as user-friendly as it could be, particularly for people who are not used to working with IT or who just find it daunting. I found it pretty daunting when I started myself, so there's no reason why a church warden or something shouldn't find it pretty heavy going. We try to make it as easy as possible. We're always at the end of a telephone. We're happy to often to fill in forms for people if necessary, or talk them through the forms, or to work with them in any way that makes the handling of these applications or these processes simpler. We are stuck with the fact that this is a legal process. It's a legal system which covers these applications, and of course the civil side have their own legal system as well. So it has to be pretty meticulous, but certainly if there are difficulties in handling that process, I hope that me and my team are ready at all times to help with facilitating this kind of exercise.
Hi. Yes, I totally agree with what the point you're making, and I think, as I said, our new strategy is really built effectively as feedback to that criticism. I mean, as I said, there are 4 investment principles. Applicants get to choose how they structure their bid so that they can weight on one and not deal with the other 3 to the same extent. So as a result, in practice, what that means, that if you are a church and for you it is sort of repairing the roof from a very conservation fabric point of view to share your heritage, you can apply to us for that project. Yes, there would be a requirement to look at environmental sustainability, but if the majority of the costs focus on the repairs, that is fine for us. Equally, if you're saying actually it's climate change and the environmental sustainability of my building that is what I want to build my project around, again, we will, if that's within the investment principle of protecting the environment, we're happy to fund that too. So I think if you then combine that with our we have reviewed our forms to make them simpler, and also started online webinars from our engagement teams to help people apply and get to know the systems. I think, we're listening to that criticism. Thank you.
I'll say something. Absolutely, we need to make it easier. We need to make access to grants easier, and we need to make bureaucratic processes such as planning or applications through the diocesan board, etc., simpler. It's easy to say that. How do we make it simpler? We've been operating a planning system for many, many, many years, and it should be straightforward by now. We can, I suppose, well, it was brilliant to hear from the Norfolk Wildlife Trust earlier on about how they can come to help people with their churchyards and provide free advice and free surveys. And maybe we need to think about how we can develop a system whereby we can provide free advice and free assistance for those other things as well. And that's something worth thinking about, whether we can give church ambassadors, maybe, or grants for the development of projects as well as grants for the actual delivery of projects.
So I just want to take the next question myself because I have a set of questions in front of me. And it seems a shame, particularly as some of you produce these questions. And I think this really draws a little bit on what Kitty was talking about and eco-anxiety, which is another aspect that we should do. And Nigel, it comes out of a question you suggested we might reflect on. And that is, we have eco-anxiety within our young people. And if we take the average age of the people who, all of us in this room, we realize where we are. So the question is, how can we, through our church buildings and through the partnerships that we can build, address that to bring real change and to give real hope within our communities? Oh, and a hand immediately goes up, and how delighted to pass it.
Because actually this aligns very much with another point that I really wanted to make today, that in my personal opinion, as important as reducing the carbon footprint of church buildings is to addressing the climate crisis, from where I'm sitting and looking at the projects that we're funding, it's actually the potential of projects to be spreading the message to wider communities and young people, and getting them involved in changing the sort of everyday sort of life sort of behaviour, that I think is where churches and church groups can really make a really big difference for the climate change. And climate anxiety is exactly one of those elements. As Kitty was making a very powerful point, that when you feel that you can't do, there's something sort of anxiety-inducing out there, and you can't do anything about it, that's a really horrible position to be in. Doing something, even at a very local level, I think will address that. And I think That's one of the reasons I really like working with churches and places of worship, because that they were and continue to be hubs of the community and provide those opportunities for sort of engagement and participation. And I think focusing on that aspect of green projects is really the main solution there.
So, Nigel, as that comes out of one of your questions, can I throw it at you?
Certainly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it occurs to me a number of things, really. I think the point Lucy makes, and I made earlier about churches being a catalyst for action in the wider community, I think is very important here. I was really interested in what Kitty was saying about, I guess, the barriers to intergenerational solutions and action. And I think we've got to make more efforts to cross that barrier, to actually, combine young and old and other groups within society. The other comment I wanted to make, and it was a question I was going to put to Polly. Is Polly still here? Where are you, Polly? Yes. Thank you for that presentation on Eco Church. Was really inspiring. But I was going to ask you, and I think the Eco Church movement, in terms of this catalyst for change, is a really powerful weapon that I think we've got. And my question, I suppose, really was about the extent to which that system, the Eco Church system, is sensitive to the different conditions that we find in different churches and in different communities. And as an example, I'm involved with a church which is decided to become a festival church. So we're only providing 6 services a year. So the notion of congregation to us is very different, perhaps, to another church where there are regular services and a regular congregation. So at some point, and maybe I don't know whether we could ask Polly to comment, but I mean, I'd be interested in a response to that. Is the Eco Church system sensitive, if you feel like, to those different circumstances, and has it got a role in bringing the community involved together as well?
Saul is on the case. No, that's fine. That's fine. I think it's good to encourage dialogue.
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer very briefly. So first of all, that's one of the reasons for the new church, the revised Eco Church survey. Yes, it is one church, one survey, and yes, you have to fit your church into it, but the new survey will have 3 strands for the building part of that survey. So if you're a small church that opens once a month or 4 times a year, that is different to a church that has its doors open every day or is a big building, big church in a very lively community. So there are 3 strands. Yes, of course, there's still going to be nuances, and it's not perfect. It is a tool, and you have to self-assess and fit yourself within that. But we hope it'll help a bit more with that aspect.
Yes. I think while it's true that climate change is a huge challenge, but it's probably not a challenge that we can't overcome. And it's worth bearing in mind that these churches in this part of the world are markers, if you like, memorials to a series of struggles that our ancestors had to overcome. Our ancestors had to deal with illnesses that wiped out, a third of the population. They had to deal with, I think it's 25 parishes that were washed away in coastal erosion in the Middle Ages. Our people lived through wars and of a kind which we can barely imagine. And these churches, have witnessed all that through their history. It probably indicates that perhaps our communities and perhaps our faith is a bit more resilient than we sometimes think.
Thank you, Nick. Right, so we have time for one more question. Can it be a nice pithy question, and can we have pithy responses? Or else Saul will glare at me, and he's got a little card he puts up, and he says, "Shut up, David." I think so.
Where we're trying to inspire people to go on a net zero journey, why is it we're so keen to hide the technology away so that people can't see what we're doing? And is there anything we can do to improve the visibility and how we communicate it? I mean, I'm looking at the heating system in here and going, it's lovely integrated into the chandeliers. I don't know how many other people have noticed it, but we can do things to integrate it into our fabric. But sometimes it would be good to really shout about it as well. How can we do that?
So actually, a Roman Catholic colleague put that exact question to me when he said, surely we should put solar panels on the front of the church so everyone going past it sees it and knows what we are doing. There. Who would like to answer that question first?
I'll have a go. I mean, I think that there was mention earlier on of demonstration projects, and that's a brilliant way of getting the message across. You know, lay it bare, show people what you're doing, and not just to your own community, the church community, but the wider community. You know, the district council put a carport, a solar PV carport over the car park at the Reef Leisure Centre in Sheringham, and that was, you know, to some extent it was a bit of a trial project. I mean, it will wash its own face financially. It'll be beneficial in terms of climate mitigation. It will be beneficial, but actually we wanted it to be a demonstration of how you can do things. So no, you're absolutely right. Shouldn't hide things away, and neither should we hide away the sort of negative things. You know, why is the exhaust pipe at the back of the car, not the front of the car, where you can smell your own emissions, as it were. So, but no, I think you know, we pride ourselves in the design of beautiful spaces, and we don't want them to be sort of retrofitted in an intrusive way, and that might actually achieve the wrong thing if people don't like sort of ugly technology. But no, demonstration projects, I think, are the way to do it.
I think it is a fair point. You know, why not? But you know, we are in the business of bringing as many people along with us on this sort of this journey, and perhaps, you know, handling things a bit more discreetly might be a better way of doing it. Our heritage partners sometimes obstruct what we're doing, or, you know, get up our nose a bit, but their concerns are valid, and they have their own role in protecting what is the finest collection of medieval churches anywhere in the world. So I'd be a bit squeamish about riding roughshod over them, but I do take the point about the demonstrator effect. Yeah.
To kind of back up your point and kind of fly the flag for the heritage conservation point of view, I mean, coming back to this anxiety issue, I mean, I would argue that some of the benefit that people get from historic places of worship in particular is its unchangeability, and while there's definitely space for sort of, I would say, a monument or sort of a part of it to show, as you've said, what we've been living through in our times, and how we're responding to that. I think fundamentally the conservation movement would say it's about protecting the inherent sort of beauty and consistency of a structure, so that in 100, in 200, I mean, these are, you know, some of these buildings have been here for 1,000 years. So sort of in 500 years' time, we can look at it and say this is continuity. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tackle this from the nature point of view rather than buildings, because I think for me it's about changing perceptions and expectations. Do you mow your lawn once a week? Possibly more frequently, I don't know. I don't anymore because I recognise the benefits that has to nature. So I think, you know, I've heard the phrase, we used to have perhaps we still have a campaign called Keep Britain Tidy. Well, in relation to litter, I would totally agree with that. But maybe we need a Keep Britain Untidy movement in relation to the environment, to the landscape, to actually create and be positive about creating habitats for nature that might not look conventionally tidy in our gardening sense, but have got other benefits. I think we've got to make the case for that as well.
Nigel, you lead us with a question about wilding, which is not going to be addressed here because we are just out of time, I'm afraid. So all four of you, thank you very much indeed for asking these questions, answering the questions, and thank you for your questions too. I am now going to hand over to the rector, who is on hand. But are you going to give him the roving mic, Richard?
Thank you, David. Well, yeah, it falls to me to draw things together and bring things to a conclusion. Before I say anything else, just let me give another plug to the book that was mentioned earlier on. Rachel Hamilton and others, a book about the Pocket Guide to Wildflowers and Plants, which is not due to be published until tomorrow. But here we have copies of it. And we have the author over there who is very happy to sign copies as well. £10, apparently it's more than that on Amazon. £10 over there afterwards. Do go and have a copy. It looks absolutely lovely, and Rachel will sign it for you. This has been a really interesting day. I think we'd all agree. I think it's been enlightening. I think it's been challenging. And encouraging, actually, all of those things. And one of the things that I think has been great has been the range of different speakers and different topics, actually. And just a reminder of how everything is interlinked and interconnected. Thank you very much for being here, all of you delegates, for committing to this day. And thank you as well for those of you who've been watching the live stream, or will do later. But thank you for making it what it's been. A particular thank you to all those speakers who have contributed in different ways. We have just a small token of appreciation for our speakers today. And those little tokens are a gift of a pot of honey, which comes from the sort of Matlask-ish area, certainly not far away, which makes it very local, organic, animal-friendly, and fairly traded. I think we can assume it's fairly traded, don't you, and animal-friendly. And I would also just say that on the back of these pots of honey, there's a little quote from St. John Chrysostom, a 4th century Archbishop of Constantinople. "The bee is more honored than other animals, not because she labors, but because she labors for others," which is a lovely and very appropriate thought, and something which we should all surely be trying to do as well. A pot of honey, and also a little pot of rosemary. Rosemary is appropriate in different ways. Rosemary for remembrance, and I hope that this will help all of our contributors and speakers to remember today, as I hope we will all do. There's also a connection between rosemary and the Virgin Mary. How appropriate that this should be happening in St. Mary's Church. Also, I understand rosemary is associated with fidelity, and that's something which we would all want to try to exercise in our own lives, and fidelity to the gospel of Christ and to each other. So, may I thank very much indeed, have you already got them? Can I thank Lucy very much for coming, and for all the work that you do with Heritage Lottery. Thank you very much indeed. To Nick and all the work that the DAC do, and thank you to your colleagues too. To Rob, all power to your elbow as well. Thank you for your work, and for Nigel here, who's also been a very important part of our planning team as well. To Polly over there, thank you. It'll be coming your way. You don't, oh, right, okay. Oh, well done, you got the plant. Thank you. To Barbara over there, who's been another member of our wonderful planning team for this. Gemma, I don't know if Gemma's still here, is she? Gemma, yes, she is. Gemma, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, and to all your colleagues as well. I don't know if, thank you for the whole team for being here today. That's been really lovely. Lucy and Rachel and one more, I think. But thank you for being here. Kitty, I think. Kitty is Kitty still here, or did she have to go? Oh, lovely. Would you? Kitty and her lovely presentation earlier as well. Bishop Graham, of course, thank you in absentia. He had to go at lunchtime. Anyone going to Norwich? Yeah, yeah. Look, marvellous. He may have plenty of honey, but he may not have much rosemary. Yes, actually, he's run out, hasn't he? Ed, is Ed still here? Ed Cottrell. He may have to go. Anyway. There we are. That's a very good idea, isn't it? David, give yourself one. But thank you very much. David has been obviously a vital part of planning for this and delivering as well, as you can see. And a very special thanks to Saul Penfold here, who has been absolutely marvellous. Saul has been the driving force and the brains behind this whole day and much more as well, as he was just mentioning in passing earlier on. Been a great friend to Wiveton and many, many other churches, and we're truly, deeply grateful, Saul, for everything you've done over the last couple of years and today. I also want to say thank you very much indeed to Luke and Ben and team over there as well, for all the technical stuff, the setup, which has been terrific and has added a huge amount to today. Thank you, all of you. And also to the volunteer team, and there's quite a few of them at the back there at the moment, the Wiveton volunteers. For managing refreshments under extremely testing conditions today, and for much more as well. Thank you for all that you've done to make today possible. Thank you. So thanks again. We're going to finish in prayer now before I just hand over to Saul for final remarks. Shall we pray? Gracious God, we give you thanks for all that we have shared and learned today. Help us to encourage others to cherish this fragile planet. Forgive us the folly that abuses the earth. Give us the courage to be agents of change and the awareness to delight in your creation. Equip us to spread the message of your glory and your love. For Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. I'm going to suggest that we say the Lord's Prayer together to finish, and you might just want to bear in mind the reference that Bishop Graham made to that line in the Lord's Prayer this morning. Give us today our daily bread. Give us this day our daily bread. Remembering that we should be seeking to have and to use what we need and not more, as part of our care for this beautiful world. Let's say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you very much, Richard. And not much more from me other than to say thank you, Richard, for your kind words for me. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And thank you to all our speakers who have been terrific, inspirational, engaging, giving us a lot to think about today and take away. The volunteers, superb. Thank you. You probably didn't know before you arrived, but we had some technical issues with the electricity supply. They dealt with that superbly. The technological team here, techno team, thank you, chaps, for that. And to all of you for coming. It's been a pleasure to meet you. We're not quite finished. We have tea now at the back, tea, coffee and biscuits. and still some time to have a look around the stalls here at the sides. And then, I've seen some blue sky out there. It's not just the stained glass. We have a well-being walk. If anyone wants to stretch their legs, get some fresh air, Gemma, our good friend, is leading us on a walk originally planned from Wiveton to Blakeney to Cley to Wiveton. We've cut that down. It's now Wiveton to Cley and back. But I think we'll probably meet at about 5 o'clock, just by the War Memorial, perhaps outside, and you'll lead us on that wellbeing walk. So it'd be lovely to do that, to walk and talk a bit more.
Just to mention, it's about 2 miles in length. It is road walking as well, but we have our high-vis jackets.
Thank you, Gemma. And thank you so much for being here. Do enjoy another cup of tea. Thank you.